Carrie, are you ready? Are you ready? Carrie, are you ready? Okay. I'll call the meeting to order. All three commissioners are present. The notice of the meeting was properly posted on February 20th. To lead us in our prayer and pledge is Councilman John Pettis.
Let us stand. Our Father which art in heaven, Lord, we thank you for another day. Realizing today was not promised, but Lord, you allowed us to wake up anyway. Lord, we thank you for allowing us to wake up to a county who believes in hearing the voice of its people. Lord, we know that we live in the best county there is, which is Oklahoma County. We pray for each member who lives in Oklahoma County, each resident of Oklahoma County right now. We pray for each elected official right now, no matter what city they represent, no matter their municipality. And we pray for each county elected official. We pray for our county elected officials right now. Lord, we know that they have hard decisions to make, and Lord, we are dependent upon you right now, that they will hear your voice right now. That will hear your voice of what is right for Oklahoma County, what's right for the people of Oklahoma County. Lord, we give you the praise and we give you the glory because, again, you allowed us to wake up to the best county there is, which is Oklahoma County. These things we pray in your name, in Jesus Christ's name. Amen.
Let us pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Okay, if we can, we're going to try to keep the doorway clear for the fire marshal, per the fire marshal's request. So there's room up here if people need to come up to this side, and there's overflow across the hall. We will get to everybody, but we have a few items of business that they've asked that we go ahead and conduct real quick so that the staff can be on their way. That will free up a little bit of space here. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of February 14th?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Is there a motion to approve the claims?
I'll move our claims.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Motioned for the purchase card statement, standard.
Move approval.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
No change to the blanket.
I'll move our blanket purchase orders.
I'm waiting to make sure that's right. Does anybody want to verify there's no changes needed for the blanket? Hearing none, all in favor say aye.
Aye.
Is there any individual consent items that you wish to discuss singularly? If not,
I'll move our consent docket.
Second.
all in favor say aye.
Aye.
District 1.
Item number 12 is a donation from the Oklahoma Family Law section for the law library to purchase 2 small refrigerators for our lactation rooms down there. And just for folks who are listening, our lactation rooms down in the law library are open to jurors, to anyone coming to the law library who might need it. So we are very grateful for this donation for 2 additional fridges. And I'll move the item.
All in favor say aye.
Aye. Items 13 and 14 go together. They are for a road project, for a road that is half Del City, half Oklahoma City. And the city of Del City is going to pay up to about $133,000 for materials. District 1 is going to donate our labor and the use of our equipment. And I am going to have to strike item 14 because City of Oklahoma City would like a few small changes. But I will go ahead and move item 13. This is for improvements to South Bryant from Southeast 29th Street to Southeast 44th Street. And I'll move approval.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye. And hopefully I will bring back item 14 at a later, hopefully next week with the updated agreement. So I'll move to strike.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Item 15 is to declare tomorrow Phil Maytepe Day in Oklahoma County. As you know, he's been one of your former coworkers and a longtime career at the Oklahoma City County Health Department. And he was not going to be here today, but this is to present to him tomorrow.
Wonderful.
You want to make the motion?
Yes, Phil was one of my old bosses at City County Health Department. So we are sad to see him retire, but he spent, I think, over 25 years with City County Health. So I will move approval.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Item 16 is to accept the letter of resignation for one of the at-large positions on the jail trust from Ms. Sue Ann Arnold. Is there a motion to receive?
I'll move to receive and accept it, but I do want to publicly thank her. She served almost 5 years on our jail trust and is the only, or was the only remaining original jail trust member. And I know she put in a lot of work and a lot of hours trying to make improvements at our jail. And I do really appreciate her and want her to know that we're sad to see her go, but we appreciate her service a lot.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
District 3.
Yes.
Do you want this now or do you want
We
it?
can wait on this.
Okay.
We can skip this one and.
Item 18 is we'll skip 17 and come back because that relates to the jail. This kind of does too, but Dane, are you here?
He was here. He might be in the overflow.
This is just to assist the diversion hub with basic IT needs. Is there any questions you all have?
And I believe this is we have several treatment court employees that are going to be officing out of Diversion Hub. So I will move approval.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
And I know we have people here on behalf of item 19, the Planning Commission. This is one reason we needed to go ahead and hear this now. Dane, it's okay. We got you. Yep, you're good. Eric?
Good morning. This item was heard by the Planning Commission on January the 18th. This particular piece of property consists of 151 acres. It's located on the southwest corner of Northwest 234th and MacArthur Boulevard. Just to give a little background history on this particular piece of property and what has been seen in front of the Planning Commission, but it has not made it to the Board of County Commissioners. The first time this piece of property was up, there was an application on April 21st of 2022. That particular time, there was 80 lots that was going to be in this development. It was just straight zoning RA, similar to this application, where they were going to have approximately 1.9 dwelling units per acre. That application was withdrawn at that time. They came back in July of 2023 with another application. That time they were going to do 148 lots, to where the overall density of this subdivision was going to be 1 dwelling unit an acre. Now, it was a PUD, different type of zoning. At that particular time, they were also going to do Deer Creek water, to where with this development today, they're going to do water wells and septic systems. So the application that is before us today is 75 lots. This is a representation in front of me here, to where the overall density is going to be 2 dwelling units an acre. Now, I will say between these applications, the applicant got with the adjacent neighborhood, which is Cedar Ridge Farms to the south. There were several discussions that were had. So I do want to point out some of the things that have changed between these various applications. So as you go south on this development, you'll notice that the lot sizes are larger, 2 acres in size, and they also have a larger setback from the rear of those properties to try to be less intrusive to the people of Cedar Ridge Farms. So that's a couple of things that they've done with this. I'll let the applicant explain more what they've done in regards to the development this time around. Now, in the planning commission itself, there was quite a few protests. Some of those protested, I'll just read the brief synopsis. So they were concerned about school overcrowding, increased traffic. They were concerned about setting a precedent for future zoning requests. There was a concern about firefighting and lack of infrastructure. There was concerns about fencing from the folks in Cedar Ridge Farms and how we were going to enforce the 50-foot buffer that you see on this new plat that's in front of you. The planning commission at the end of the day voted to deny this application. There was 3 votes against and 2 votes for. So I do want to point out, whatever the vote of the Board of County Commissioners, it has to be unanimous if you're wanting to approve the item before you, because there was significant protest. That's all that I had, unless there's any particular questions you have of me.
So the Cedar Ridge Farms, what's the lot size down there?
They are very similar. They're 1 acre, a little bit over an acre, so it's very similar to the development that you have in front of you.
And then, so the infrastructure is going to be water wells and septic?
Right, from my understanding, that's correct.
Okay.
So I will say you'll see that there's a big water feature that's in this particular development. That also helps with the density issue. I would say Cedar Ridge Farms is actually, overall density wise, is probably a little bit a little bit more dense than what you had in front of you that they're proposing.
Were they the ones protesting?
Yes, Cedar Ridge Farms, social one that
And
are
then-
protesting.
My understanding is they've gone back and they've done a 50-foot buffer, setback, build lines. I mean, they've
Right.
done everything that they possibly could to make them happy. My understanding is they're happy now, but
Right, there's still concerns that they have. I think one of the bigger concerns is water. As you go back west of Portland, water quality starts to drop off significantly. I was always under the impression Cedar Ridge Farms was done back in the mid-90s. I was always under the impression that that development was done with water wells and septic systems. Well, as time has moved forward, I don't know if that was the case. From my understanding, everybody that is out there now is on Deer Creek water. And so I would assume that would have to do with water quality issues. So that would be my concern, would be water quality. But that's not my decision.
and then that's going to be something that they can switch back to, because this was originally Deer Creek water, right?
Well, the first application they did was water wells and septic systems. The second application was a PUD, which they were going to have Deer Creek water. I think you get into an issue where you have economic. How are you going to get this done economically? Obviously, if you have Deer Creek water, you're going to have more lots typically. Now, we do have subdivisions that are out there. One that was just completed recently that's off of Council in 206, where they're 2-acre lots, and they do have access to Deer Creek water. So it is possible. I don't know the economics as far as making these type of projects work, but we do have subdivisions that are out there that are larger size lots that have Deer Creek water. But I think you get into these applications that have more lots, you're trying to deal with that issue of offsetting that cost.
Yeah.
I know the applicants here, I got quite a few phone calls over the week. I don't know if there's any folks that are from Cedar Ridge Farm or that area that are here to speak as well.
Would the applicant care to speak?
And just so you know, it would, if I would have been at the planning commission, it probably would have been a tie vote of 3-3, and I don't know what happens at that point. Okay.
But it's still ultimately this commission's call, so.
Good morning, David Box, 522 Colcord Drive. The applicant, Anthony Berzai, also here, as well as Kendall Dillon, who's the civil. It is important to note that the folks to the south that are protesting are zoned R1. Our application is R1. So we are simply matching the zoning. Moreover, if you look at the plat to the south, all of the lots on their north are about 1 acre in size. This one is 3.79 only because the pond is included. If you back the pond out of it, it's 1.39 acres. Our minimum lot size along the entirety of the south is 2 acres. So we are almost double the size of the lots where we adjoin. As Eric said, we went through and we still have negotiated. So we have a 50-foot building setback line. We've limited the types of animals that could be within the homes. We've required open screening on that southern border. We really think we've done as much as we can do, again, considering we're actually less dense than the neighbors that are protesting. So we would ask for your approval. Happy to answer any additional questions.
Hearing none, are there any of the protesters present for this that wish to speak?
Yeah.
Come.
Perez is here.
Come forward, please.
Hello, my name is Jason Perez. I'm the superintendent for Deer Creek Public Schools and representing the Deer Creek community as well. A lot of the things that Mr. Brand has already brought up, I don't want to rehash again as far as the concerns of the community, other than just to say that the people who are bringing up these concerns live in this community, and I understand that there may be a comparison of their lots to the lots here, but the county master plan is something that we really rely on in our area to help maintain the infrastructure, to help maintain some sort of a balance in our growth, which is exorbitant in our area. And some of this has been completely out of our control. And the county master plan helps us with this. If we change that master plan today and rezone this from R2 to R1, that does open up the floodgates. Regardless of what you may think, it will open up the floodgates for other groups to want to come in and do the same thing. And I get a lot of times people say, well, houses will not be built like instantaneously. So as far as your overcrowding your schools, that's not something that's going to happen tomorrow. But the problem is we have a lot of building developments in our area. And for every one of those areas that they're building, people tell me the same thing. At some point, this all comes to a head, and we do not bond fast enough to keep up with the growth that we're seeing in our district, which is why we do rely on this master plan. And so I am representing the people who live there every single day. They deal with the water issues. They deal with the traffic on 2-lane roads. They deal with the overcrowding in their schools. The Planning Commission heard this. They have been great advocates for our master plan, and they voted against this this proposal, and I'm asking for this body to please do the same. Thank you.
Any others to speak? I thought I saw one other hand.
Eric, Eric, you said you got calls last week and this week. Were they all protesting against?
There's just phone calls about when the item was going to be on the agenda. I did send an email out early yesterday morning once the agenda was in the place to all the people who had sent us emails as far as letters of protest. So I think I got the letter out to them in time to let them know that the meeting was today. And I also gave them our phone number if they had any questions of us. There was a couple of phone calls. I think they're still in line with their original protest. It just seemed like they were still concerned and seemed like they wanted to come and speak on the issue.
Okay. It's your district.
This is the, we have to be careful with our growth out there. We have to be very responsible with our growth out there. I think that this is probably the way that we need to move towards. In my opinion, we're increasing rooftops, which is a good thing. That increases the bonding capacity for the school in the future. It won't happen immediately, but the price goes up the second that we do this. So that bonding capacity also goes up. The responsible growth is what we're trying to do in this area and control that. And that's what this board does, and that's what Planning Commission does. So I think this is the right type of development to happen in that area, and that's why I would vote or make a motion to approve this.
Second.
Oh, I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Eric. Thank you, Mr. Box. Okay, the policy and governance, this is for District 3. Do you want to speak to it, Commissioner?
This is for the Edmond Mobile Mills. This is our ARPA subrecipient agreement, and this is going to be a good thing that allows the town of Arcadia to be encompassed into the mobile meals program. So I'll make this motion.
I'll second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Sheriff? Is the sheriff present to
He's
speak to?
coming.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry. Sorry, Mr. Baston.
Go ahead.
Item number 21 is our annual highway safety grant.
This is the rollover one, correct? With the cute little truck. I'll make a motion to approve.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Second one is our annual justice assistance grant.
Can you refresh my memory on what the JAG program does?
Absolutely. It's money that comes down to every agency across the whole United States. And there's a pot of money that's based on Part 1 UCR crime, rape, robbery, murder, so on and so forth. The more you have, the more money you get. This is managed by the city of Oklahoma City, and we're just one of the recipients of that fund. So we use those funds for law enforcement purposes. It actually pays for our radios that we use on the Oklahoma City radio system.
Okay, thank you. I'll move approval.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Thank you, Mr. Basin. Do you want to go back to Mr. Tardibono's item?
17, do that. This is just item 17 to discuss the transportation plan for any adult detention center that we will be building in the future.
They're saying they're having trouble hearing us, so if you can speak close into the microphone. Mr. Tardibono.
Good morning. My name is Timothy Tardibono with the Oklahoma County Criminal Justice Advisory Council. Thank you all for having this opportunity. I do want to just commend you all for one of the things that's been constant in all this process is that you have had public comment and you've been open to letting people voice their opinions, and that's great to see. So this transportation plan, the ultimate goal of it is to make sure that every detainee that's being released has access to services. And so with some of the concerns about people just walking out and going anywhere, our goal would be to move everyone into transportation to a service provider. We have a great building blocks to start with, which is, first of all, the diversion hub's already doing that for everyone that's signed up to go to the diversion hub. Team already does this for everyone that's got a team bond. So one of the things we'd want to do is at the jail, try to get more people into either one of those bonds so that then we could expand shuttle service for that program. For those that are unhoused or homeless, they would go to the city rescue mission. And so again, they're willing to work with this and receive this population. So we would still have those that don't go to any of those three providers. We have a fourth provider that's willing to take them and do an intake with them. And so all of this would be from 7 a.m. to midnight. Already we have the shuttles running during the day. We'd extend those shuttles till midnight. And that was a specific request of Mr. Ravitz. He did not want them to shut it off at 5 o'clock. Other places that we've visited, Wichita Falls, Nashville, jails, they both shut off their releasing process at 5 p.m. And so we would have a precedent to do it that way. Brandy Garner at the jail, she also requested that we extend that bit to midnight. From midnight to 7 a.m., that last group, the architects with the new design will be designing a releasing center specifically for these individuals in that 12 a.m. midnight to 7 a.m. And they would be there waiting the shuttles that arrive at 7 a.m. So we're still working with the providers. They have to have board approval, things of that nature. But I'll just say this, all the executive directors are very optimistic and want to be involved.
I appreciate you for working on this. I know transportation from whatever site we select has been a big topic for us to consider, and I know the community has spoken about it a lot. I just want to clarify, this plan that we would ultimately approve would be for the new facility, or does it include the current facility?
So it would include the two sites that are remaining that we've been looking at from the Construction Oversight Board. The 4 sites they submitted, 2 of them were the airport, the others current location and the Southeast 22nd. So that's what we've been focusing on. Obviously, when you get to that Rockwell location, it's a further extension. And then obviously with the new ones that were added today, we haven't looked at any of those opportunities. And we would intend that if we can get everything lined up this year, that we would go to Ms. Garner and the trust and ask if we could start piloting the process.
Wonderful.
So we would have work out all the wrinkles before that new facility with the behavioral care center at the end of 26 would be opening. We would be ready to go.
Okay.
Any other questions?
I do want to thank our community providers. I know some of them are here today. City Care Team, City Rescue Mission, Diversion Hub. So they have really stepped up and wanted to help us. So I appreciate that.
And that's been the focus. They've been really excited about expanding their delivery. The goal again would be that everyone has access to services. Now, the other caveat is we can't make them go into the building
Right.
or accept the services, but we can deliver them to the doorstep of
Right.
all of these providers.
Okay. Any other questions? Is there a motion to receive these report?
I'll move to receive.
Second.
No, I don't like that. Can I speak?
Sure.
Man, won't you try to be real with people around here? Everybody knows Michael's not going to be passive and allow this poppycock to go on in here. I don't give a dang which one you like it or not. Now then, you heard the man say it. It's all about trying to ease our fears and putting that jail, county detention center on the east side of northeast Oklahoma City. But some of us ain't going to allow that stupid and foolishness to work. Now then, where you going to get the money from? You're already short, right? Do you expect the taxpayer to increase the finances for you? That's not going to work. You're not up here today, sir, Mr. Tony Bono. Let me tell y'all something. My speech is not quite ready yet. When I get ready to speak, Lord have mercy, let you fucking talk. Now then, this man out here is controlled by the Greater Chamber of Commerce, Oklahoma City Chamber of Commerce, who created in 2018 the committee he's on. Watch it now. Let's not be too revealing. So the Greater Chamber of Commerce got this man up here speaking today. He is nothing but a passive for them. And at the same time, we should not allow until all of us have had an opportunity to sit down and understand what this real transportation thing actually is designed and actually perpetrated for. Now then, I'm going to end here, but I'll say like Paul Harvey, you know the rest of the story now. Thank you.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay. Now, I want to start off by addressing the fact that every property owner that has submitted a property, to my knowledge, their properties are on the agenda today. So this is the airing of that. It just is a free hearing. They get considered. They either get rejected or they get accepted or they carry on to another round or whatever. But this was a transparent process of every property that a property owner came down here and voluntarily submitted their parcel for consideration to building a jail. So that's why a number of these items are on there. I know that we are at capacity and there's a number of people who have to go. And what I thought is maybe one way we could ease both problems. Are there any that really need to get on the road? You're, of course, welcome to stay for the whole meeting. But if there's anybody who needs to go, perhaps they could come up and speak first. And then if they're wanting to, they could go on, and that might free up some extra space in this room. Okay. Come forward, sir. If you could identify, and I'll look for your slip here.
Frank Calvin. I'm the mayor of Spencer. And so first and foremost, I want to thank you guys for everything that you're doing for my community. You're in an unenviable position right this moment. I'm glad I'm not sitting there in your spot. It's come to my attention. I've had a couple phone calls and inquiries about a new parcel that's been put up for your consideration, Northeast 63rd and Post Road. I'm asking respectfully that you remove that parcel from your consideration. We've got Prairie Ranch Film Studios, which is a mile away from there. We've got a lot of money going into that. We've also got Greenland Park, which is Bloomer is doing a heck of a job helping us try to develop. But also, we've got a lot of residents out there. And I'm just asking respectfully that you guys take that particular property off your consideration.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Mayor. Go ahead.
All right. Good morning. My name is JB Williams. I'm a resident of the East Side, lifetime resident of the East Side, and I think that we've been having this conversation for a long time. We've been saying this since day one that we don't need or want a jail on the east side of Oklahoma City for many reasons. It's hard whenever you grow up in a community where you have been underserved, have been left without resources, and you have people who don't belong to your community, people who don't know anybody over there, people who don't live there, always telling you what you need, what should be there, how you should live, where you should go to school, and things like that. And we feel like that's what's happening now. And you know, if anybody wants to do anything for the East Side, it should be what the people in our community have been doing for years and years, is try to continue to build our community up whenever it has been apartheid. And we have seen that the city has neglected it for years. And the only time, we seem to have conversations like this about our community is whenever we're begging for help or begging for people not to abuse our community. And we want our voices to continue to be heard. And it's just frustrating whenever we feel like since day one we have made it clear what our needs are and what our wants are, and we continue to see the East Side being put on the chopping block, in ways like this. And for all of us, there are so many people in here who are working so hard every day to build businesses, to really grow our community because of the lack of help we've gotten from the city. And so we've had to find ways to do it on our own. We've had to find ways to raise our own money. We've had to find ways to figure out our own resources. And the only time we have conversations with the people who make the decisions for us is at times like these. And so I just feel like, if any discussion needs to be had about something being on the east side, it definitely needs to involve the people of the east side. It needs to be done with the community in mind, which I feel like this hasn't been done with our community in mind. And it's been done with everybody else who doesn't even come to the east side, who never go there. They only come when they want a picture. They only come whenever it's Black History Month or Juneteenth. And so, I just feel like as a resident, as a business owner, I own 3 businesses on the east side. I live on the east side. My mom lives on the east side. My sister lives on the east side. I grew up there. And it's so important for us that we stick together and that you all see us, because we feel like we go unseen and we go unheard. And it's evident because we have to still continue to have this conversation and beg and plead people who don't come from where we come from not to abuse our community. Thank you.
I hear that. Wonderful, wonderful. Now then, Nichols Hills.
Just start talking. I say,
Why are they on the
the
list?
next person. You cannot let him.
Because Massa has spoken. Don't
This
put our names in the running of the race, because we don't want all that in additional traffic hitting us. We don't want that increased fear hitting us upside our heads.
Mr. Washington,
Hear me?
he has another name to call. I don't
You
believe
want
you're
me to sit
next.
down and wait? I can still wait because I'm coming back. Thank you.
Yes.
Councilwoman Nikki Nice. Okay. Mayor George Smith. Mayor.
Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Mayor George Smith, and I represent the town of Forest Park, Oklahoma. I'm in the Commissioner Blument's district. And can you hear me now?
You may just have to speak into the mic a little more.
Is that better?
Thank you, sir.
Can we start my time all over again? My name is Mayor George Smith, and I represent the town of Forest Park. I'm in Commissioner Blument's district. And may I approach the bench for a minute? I have something to give you.
Thank you. I appreciate it. Thank you.
Oh, nice.
Thank you, sir.
My mic is doing 24 hours. Wait up. I don't know if it's popular.
What I brought to you, well, let me say this. I may look a little bit familiar to you because about a month ago I stood in front of the Oklahoma City Council protesting against Tarragon's medical waste transfer company being set up in the same uh, parcel that we're talking about now. And we were able to defeat that, and the Oklahoma City Council voted unanimously to not approve that company setting up business there. So fast forward a month later, now we have, all of a sudden, we have the Oklahoma County Detention Center being proposed to be set up at the same site at 23rd and Coltrane. Now, Forest Park is contiguous and adjacent to the property that is on that Commissioner Mon uh, put on the agenda. I think you were the one to put that on there. So I'm going to direct this to you. Now, I don't know that you know anything about Forest Park or even in that area. So that's why I brought this prospectus to you. So you can have a little bit of idea. We have two, three, four, and $500,000 homes that are in that section that would be where that jail is going to be set up. Now, my residents worked hard to build those homes, to perfect those homes, to groom those homes, and to have a nice place to live. And in a lot of places, in a lot of cases, so they can retire in a nice community without having to worry about, a lot of outside influences. And I don't think that, Commissioner Mon, I don't think you thought about that, or I don't think you knew about that when you made that decision to put that on the agenda. So I have to speak out for my residents. We're in a growth mode right now in Forest Park. We have just completed annexing businesses. Uh, we have Twin Hills Golf and Country Club, of which the manager told me he was going to be here this morning to protest this. We have the Oklahoma City Fireworks. We also have a asphalt company, Vance Brothers Asphalt Company, that has operations throughout the South and Southeast. And we also have White's Welding that has operations throughout the South and Southeast. So we're growing with some diverse businesses and some big businesses. And we don't need to have on the south side of Forest Park, where we're looking at developing that area for nice homes, $200,000 or $300,000 homes on acres of land, to then put the detention center there. Not only that, there are residential homes already established there. We have Pleasant Hill Elementary School, which is part of the Middale School District. That's about a half a mile down the street on Coltrane. Across the street on 23rd and Coltrane, there's a daycare center. And also across the street, there's Skyview Nursing Home. So you are setting this down in the middle of a neighborhood that has schools, that has daycare, and that has a nursing home, as well as residential. And not only is it affecting Forest Park, but it's affecting Oklahoma City as well. And I would think you'd be like a little bit considerate of that, considering the political climate we're in today. Now, I would think that some consideration would be done to take this off of the agenda because we mean business. My board, the trustee board, and I have many of my trustee board members here now, we passed an agenda item, so we're ready to go to court. We will fight. to preserve what we have. And when you read that prospectus, you will see why I'm fighting for it. We had in Forest Park, which was started back in, well, we're celebrating our 65th anniversary this year. But Senator and Governor Robert S. Kerr built a mansion on 36 and Coltrane back in 1921. So we have a lot of history there. We have a couple that moved here from France, migrated from France, and built a 5,600 square foot mansion because they like this area so much. And behind that, all types of very nice homes were established in Forest Park. Now, we used to be known as a quiet bedroom, upscale community, but now Nichols Hills. But now we are a upscale community, and we want to remain that way. We want to grow, and we want to prosper. You know, we don't have. We want to have nice homes just like everybody else does, and we want to have a nice environment. We already have a food desert. We already have lacks of services, and now you want to put a detention center in our backyard. And I think that I was told this when I was in high school. My mentor, Mr. John R. Sadberry, who was president of Douglas High School, he told me this. He said, when you fail to plan, then you plan to fail. And I do believe that this is why we're where we are right now. Because you've been talking about building this detention center for over a year without a place to put it. So if you don't have a place to put it, that means you don't have a schematic drawing to show what it's going to look like. So now you want to stick it over on us and want us to be happy and proud and glad. But I'm sorry, we're going to have to fight you on this, Mr. Mon. I'm mayor. I serve as the mayor of a small town. We don't have a lot of resources that we have to spend this frivolously. But I'm willing to put, and I think my trustee board will back me up on this. We're willing to go all the way to fight you to keep this detention center to being established on 23rd and Coltrane. I respectfully submit this to you. Mayor, Commissioner Blument, she visits us all the time. She comes, we have good meetings. She listens to our ideas. She offers suggestions. And we have a good working relationship with our public works superintendent and her public works superintendent. We get things done. She's been very fair to us, but she's been open to us. And she let us know she wasn't for this. So I have to look at you because you're the ones named this on this agenda item. So man to man, we're going to talk and talk about the fact, why did you put this on 23rd in Coltrane? And I want you to be sure and read all of that prospectus because it gives it the history of Forest Park, all the details, what we're trying to do to grow our town. And I think we're doing a damn good job of doing it. And I do not like to see you putting a detention center in our backyard. So I thank you for your time. I know I went over, but I didn't come down here to do a 2-minute talk because this is much too important to me. I represent a town. If I don't fight for my town, they're gonna throw me out of office. Okay, just like we might throw you out of office. Okay. Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mayor. David Lloyd.
And
My name is Nathan Charles Nelson, to be evident fact. I am a resident of Forest Park, Oklahoma City, Forest Park. I'm born and raised on the east side. I went to Pleasant Hill Elementary, Moroni Junior High School, Middle City High School. I'm a graduate of Oklahoma City University. I'm a minors future scholar. I am somebody. Best believe that. My mother, Joanne Dunlop Nelson, I am a trustee of her trust. She was a special education teacher for Oklahoma City Public Schools. 30 years she helped kids learn they had disabilities. I'm here to represent her and my rest of my community. The property value that you have here of 161,000, I detest that. I have an acre and a half, and that same property, couple property in Nichols Hills will be 360,000 plus. I have a 4,500 square foot home with adjacent property behind it with a well. I'm trying to hold myself down. I just got out of the county on 2/16/24. I went there 2/12/23, 2023. I was brought to the county jail with no shoes, no shirt, and no identification of myself. That's wrong within itself. So I beg to differ again. Do not put that in my neighborhood, my community. The inhabitants of the county jail, let's say 70% is African American like myself. I beg to differ again. Do not do that to me or my community. Please, I look in your eye. As a man, I'm 40 years old. I turned 40 in the county jail. I'm referencing for my mother and her trust. When I seen this $161,000 property value, I'm going to contest that. You'll get my contestment here soon. But I say this: treat us equally. Okay? When you value something, you appreciate it and you understand it. Okay? So value us, appreciate us, and understand us. Okay? And let our voice be heard. Thank you.
Did you say your name was Nathan Nelson?
Nathan Charles Nelson. Yes,
okay.
sir.
I just want to make sure I got
Thank
your
you.
sheet. Thank
Appreciate
you.
you.
All right, now David Lloyd.
I'm speaking, y'all go ahead.
I'm David Lloyd. First of all, thank you for allowing us to speak. I live on 5699 North Coltrane. It's just north of Forest Park. I moved in that community intentionally to continue our economic plight and to be amongst my people. I'm a developer and I do construction. And not only was what Mayor Smith was talking about, this area is in the plight of economic development. Renaissance Edition platted. We've got 136 homes getting ready to go on 23rd in Bartell. I'm part of that group. That's phase one of a multi development process. Phase two will continue to go to the west. Actually, 23rd and Coltrane, that particular land is 15 acres approved by the city of Oklahoma City already for a TIF project that's going to bring an apartment complex. So the area in terms of economic development is going in a whole nother direction. And that's an intentional area. I've done projects in that area my whole life. And so it's an area that is continuous to grow in those areas. And Forest Park is the hub and it's expanding. And so what's been happening is on 23rd Street, there's been a lack of infrastructure. And so that's why that area hasn't developed it to the next level. But the infrastructure is coming now. I'm part of that. Like I said, we're already bringing the infrastructure. Phase one is right behind Christian Life Missionary Church. So that's one reason to do that. This area is literally blossoming and blooming. And that addition is called Renaissance, right? It's a Renaissance. That's what we're doing for the area. So I don't understand why we're doing a Renaissance and we're trying to bring something else in that community that doesn't respect the community. In addition to that, let me hang that up. In addition to that, my construction team, J.E. Dunn and HGL Construction, was a finalist on building the jail site. Flintco ended up winning that. I don't know if you're familiar with that, but I'm the owner of HGL Construction, so I was there. It's a $290 million project. That 80 acres, and I know more than anybody intimately, it doesn't have the infrastructure for something of that magnitude. In addition to the homes and things, to get the infrastructure for that size project and a project that's already going to have significant budgeting issues, and I'm intimately aware of it, 6,000 plus jail cells over multiple years with J.E. Dunn. I'm intimately aware what this area needs. It doesn't support it in terms of water, sewer, storm drainage. It just doesn't support the effort. So outside of just bringing something to our community, That particular piece of land does not have the infrastructure on a project that is already going to have a budgetary concern. This is going to add infrastructure, and where's the money going to come from? I appreciate your time, and I thank you for listening to me.
Pastor Derek Scobie.
Good morning, commissioners. I first want to start by saying, and I'm respectfully saying, I'm not speaking personally to Miles, Brian, or Kerry. I'm speaking to the Board of County Commissioners. I'm not standing here as a member of the Oklahoma County Jail Trust. Here is the reality. None of you want that jail at 23rd and Coltrane. You don't. And I understand why your name is associated, attached with it, Commissioner Mon, and that's because there was a request made. So in order to save all of our residents a lot of time, and you all a lot of time, here's what's going to happen if the jail went there. First, there are multiple lawsuits that would be filed, and that would put you in a position that you would be way behind schedule. Let's say you all win. Then what we're going to do, myself and others, we're going to stand in front of the property before the heavy duty equipment moves on the property. You're not going to be able to build. So respectfully, Commissioner Blumen, I would ask that you would move to remove the property right now so we can go on about our day and life. Can you all be so kind to make the motion? Let's get a second. Let's not let it die. And then let's vote. All right? Thank you.
I am I am happy to
My turn?
I am
No,
very
vote,
happy
vote,
to
vote, vote.
I'm very happy to take direction from Pastor Scobie, my trustee on the jail trust. I appreciate his leadership, and I understand that folks took time out of their day to come here and speak. But I do have to agree with him that I think the three of us don't want it here. So I will make a motion that we remove. I believe this is item 28. I'll make a motion that we remove 80 acres located at 3521 Northeast 23rd Street.
Second.
It's been motioned and seconded. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
So we just,
I know.
the next question would be, thanks, sir. Thanks for coming. Uh, the
Oh yeah, I'll do it. Okay. Okay, that's fine. Yeah, I think I'm going to.
Nadine, do you want to go ahead and speak? You're next. Could we have some quiet in the room again so that the other speakers who still want to address the commission can be given the same respect? Nadine Gallagher.
Good morning. My name is Nadine Gallagher. I am a teacher at Crooked Oak Public Schools. I am also the president of the Crooked Oak Association of Classroom Teachers. I polled my members, and overwhelmingly, they are opposed to a jail down the road from our school. I listened not too awful long ago at the man about how great all the transportation is going to be, but it is my belief, knowing a little bit about the Constitution, you can't make someone get on a bus. And if they want to leave on foot, they are going to be on foot. They are going to be on foot a mile from a school, which is an open campus. When my children go to the library, they leave the building to go to the library. They leave the building to go to lunch. They leave the building to go to gym and art and band. And we do not need people that we don't want walking past our school because they bonded out of a jail a mile down the road. This is ill-conceived, it is irresponsible, and it is dangerous. Every single person that I have spoken to about this jail understands that this jail needs to be where the jail is. That is where the infrastructure is to support a jail. And when I went to the town hall meeting, I heard a number that struck me as a big number, $700,000 in transportation to inmates to court. I hope you have the budget to triple that, $700,000 in any of these sites. I don't know why, although I have a few notions, why we don't want to put the jail back downtown where it belongs, right next to the old jail. But that's where it needs to be. That's where the infrastructure is. There is no infrastructure on Grand. There is no infrastructure on any of these sites as far as I can see. And the bottom line is, financially, this is a train wreck for the county. It's not just transportation to court. It's everything. I was assured there's going to be a sheriff's substation. There's going to be an Oklahoma City police substation. Who's going to pay for all of this? I don't think you have enough money to build the jail anymore, quite frankly. You are putting people's lives in I don't even know what it's called. It's enough. Take Grand off. There are daycares, residential housing, preschools. There's the Reliance Center. There's Crooked Oak. There's another Del City school, all within walking distance of this site. What could you possibly be thinking? Put the jail where the jail belongs, which is where the jail is. Find a way to make that happen. Stop wasting everybody's time with this nonsense and find a way to put the jail where the jail belongs. I would vote that let's take all that off. Move the jail to where the jail is. Thank you very much.
We have Dr. Cecilia Robinson Woods, Superintendent of Millwood.
Good morning. Thank you very much for the opportunity to come and speak to you all again today regarding the location of the jail. And I am of the notion, as my predecessor, that it probably should just stay where it is. One of the big reasons that I want to make sure that you guys take into consideration are school districts that are funded by the value of the homes that exist in their areas. All of these locations will directly affect 4 different school districts: Middale, Crutcho, Millwood, and Oklahoma City Public Schools. And so everywhere you potentially have listed for it to move outside of its current location will inevitably decrease the home values of the entities that surround it. When you do that, you decrease taxes to public services. We're already struggling. We already are trying to make ends meet. 2 of us are very small school districts that depend heavily on local funding. So my plea is that you consider us publicly funded services that rely on the value of homes in order to make things happen for our students. Thank you.
Are there others that are trying to speak to get on out of here? Okay. Dr. Cobb.
Good morning. I have some stuff written down. This microphone, okay. I have some stuff written down, but I don't think I'm going to use all of that. And, you know, Carrie, as long as you're making motions, I've got a few others that you could make. I wake up every Tuesday morning and I log on to the county commissioner's website. This has become part of my routine now to see the agenda posted and to see what sites I need to worry about. And then I go over to my wall map, which shows the Middale School District, which goes from nearly all the way to Remington Park, nearly to Triple X Road. It's a weird shaped district. And on my wall map yesterday, I was able to put 6 locations that are under consideration today. And I realize they're not all really under consideration. You've already voted one off, and I appreciate that because that location is in Middale. 2 of the other new locations are in Middale: IT-40 in Sunny Lane, IT-40 in Anderson Road. And when I looked at those locations on the agenda, I couldn't tell exactly where I was looking. I even went and drove around the district to look, because I-240 and Sunny Lane, it's vague. There are several properties there that I could be looking at. I wasn't sure which one. And the same with the one on Anderson Road. But those are in Middale. Adjacent to Middale, we still have the location at 1901 East Grand, and now another location at Reno and Grand. Those are adjacent. Those are right on our boundary lines. Those are where our kids are walking. Those are where our neighborhoods stop and industrial development begins. And if you put a jail there, it hurts our kids. Dr. Robinson Wood very eloquently spoke about how a jail in our communities is going to hurt the funding for several school districts, and that's really, really important. But what I haven't heard in all of the times that I've come here to speak, and I don't just come here to speak, I come here to listen. I have not heard a valid reason that I can take back to my community and explain to them why the current location for the jail is not being considered. I've heard a lot of words, but I've not heard what I would say is a valid explanation. And maybe it's personal because I wake up on Tuesdays and I look at the agenda and then I look at my map and I feel like we're being surrounded. But I want to, Commissioner Davidson, I want to respectfully mention something you wrote on Facebook last week in response to Representative Lowe. You said, "We must find alternative solutions that address these concerns. Let us work collaboratively to find a solution that ensures public safety and meets the requirements for a state-of-the-art facility while preserving as much of the taxpayer dollar as possible." What part of this process has been collaborative? You have this room was even more full than this. It's still pretty dang full. You have people from, I feel like, the forgotten corners of Oklahoma County who don't feel like their voices have been heard. And they're frustrated and they feel disrespected. And as far as preserving the taxpayer dollar, I'm all for that. It's incredibly important. It's more important to me than it is to make sure that some developer gets to do something with the current jail site. It's also important to me that the people who are going to spend time in jail, that they have the resources that they need before, during, and after that time, and that their families have the resources they need before, during, and after that time. A jail that isn't co-located with a courthouse doesn't make sense to me, and it doesn't make sense to the people in, I guess, the forgotten corners of Oklahoma County. So thank you for your time.
Jess Eddy.
Morning, Commissioners.
proud of the community for showing up today. You know, I've been working on this issue for some time now, and a lot of political forces. One of the biggest pressure cookers I've certainly been a part of in my time in advocacy. And so when I'm in tough situations, I reach out to people who have been in tough situations before. And so in the last few days, I reached out to Miss Marilyn Looper Hildreth, and as it's been communicated to me that I'm getting into dangerous territory and there are big forces at play, or they're going to pick one community or another, so you better get on one side and protect the other or not. And Miss Marilyn said, "The heck with all that. They're not going to put it from one poor people to another." And I'm here to stand with Dell City, just like I'll stand with the Northeast community, because it's not just that these communities deserve investment and positive investment. It's that the people who will be detained there deserve our attention, our love, and our resources. Um, as a recovering alcoholic, something I don't talk about publicly, I know somebody will use that against me. You know, I learned very early in sobriety that we need to put those people who are struggling at the center of our community and not at the margins. And we have built a society that reflects that value. That is why the bus station is centrally located downtown. That is why the services, the hospital, everything is here, is because we as a society believe that. And I'll be danged. And I don't think any of you like this too. I understand there are massive pressures on you all, public pressures and economic and commercial and political pressures. I understand that. And I think if you all were more forthcoming, the community would understand that too, because we've all been pressured unfairly before. You talk into a room of mostly Black people, they know what it feels like. And we will stand with you. But we have suffered for the last 40 years from bad decisions and bad processes. It was bad process and bad decisions. And I'm sorry, but you all have thrown process out the window. There was a Citizens Bond Oversight Committee that was supposed to receive these sites, evaluate them, and assess them before they came here. And that's not happening anymore. I've spoken to them. So I don't want to talk here about process. I understand there are pressures at play, but we have thrown process to the wolves. And this is just a sheer political fight. And I asked Miss Marilyn, am I going to fight all the way? And she said, they want a war, we got a war. So I'm here to stand with everybody and keep this jail downtown, because that is not only in the interest of these communities, but in the interest of people who will be incarcerated there.
Good morning, Commissioners. I stand as Marcus Clayton, member of Alpha Phi Alpha Fraternity Incorporated. I represent Oklahoma, not only the county, but as well the entire Oklahoma state of Alpha Phi Alpha as a state director. I've written letters to Mrs. Bloomberg, and I've talked to several members of my fraternity who are part of these lots that you're trying to put the jail in. I want to say that not only am I happy that the first lot was removed, but not only that, I stand with Dell City. I stand also with the other groups who feel like they've been marginalized. I am a Carl Albert High School grad, honor student. I'm proud of that. I also am friends and have family who live in these communities. And I want to make this one thing clear. You've heard everything from all the eloquent speakers. They know the details. They know the money that's involved. And I may not know all of that. What I do know is that Alpha Phi Alpha will stand behind each one of these organizations until it is made clear, very clear, that we do not want the jail moved from its current location and put on the east side of Oklahoma City. We come from a stock of individuals as Martin Luther King, stock of individuals as Thurgood Marshall, W.E.B. Du Bois, the individuals that you've heard of, that you know in the past, who have stood to advocate for communities who feel they are marginalized. And we will continue to do that 117 years later here in Oklahoma City, Oklahoma. So when you hear about the lawsuits that are going to come, Alpha Phi Alpha will be there. When you hear about certain individuals who are going to be at your doorstep, who's going to talk to you, who's going to be a sounding ring in your head over and over again, Alpha Phi Alpha will be there. I want the community to know that Alpha Phi Alpha stands with you, that Alpha Phi Alpha will put resources behind you in order to make it clear that we do not want the jail moved from its current location. And I'll leave on this. If you make the decision to put it where it is, the legacy that you're going to have to deal with after you're out of office is what you did to a community that tried to help you. You did to a community what others have done to the community over and over and time again, and your legacy will be tarnished. Remember that. Thank you. God bless you.
Michael Washington.
Good morning. My name is Carrie Smith, and I am a citizen of the city of Spencer, Oklahoma. And I am coming speaking on the behalf of Spencer. We want the jail to stay where it is. I want you to know that I live in Spencer, I work in Spencer, I go to church in Spencer, and I'm a proud graduate of Dungy High School, which was in Spencer. Now, and what we're trying to do in Spencer is we're trying to grow Spencer. We have a theater there. We have schools there. We have community health centers there. So we do not want a jail in our backyard. We're trying to grow. We're trying to make it a better place to live. The Spencer Chamber of Commerce is bringing in new businesses. Now, businesses is not want to come to a place when they drive down 63rd and they're looking at the jail. So I stand on behalf of Spencer, Oklahoma, stating that we do not want the jail in Spencer. Thank you.
Michael Washington.
Well, now I'm not gonna hold y'all long, but as I promise I am God. The jail in its current location is the ideal place so that others can rest in peace at night without wondering if their children have been kidnapped, without an elderly wondering if they can go to their resting place and not be accosted by a criminal. This is not to say that every person that goes to jail is a criminal, but just a vast majority are. And when you put them in places like we're talking about today, you create havoc for an otherwise peaceful, enjoyable, loving society of people who just want to go about their daily business. The current location of the jail has been there since what, 1991? Why change its homestead now? You got millions of dollars, right? So you don't have to worry about where the money's going to come from. Now, am I correct there? You want to build a new health care facility, I'm told? Why don't you move people in certain, and you ready for this one? There are county jails in every county who would temporarily house your prisoners until you fix your jail up. Uh-oh, quiet, man, give me too much information. The current jail needs to be refurbished, renovated, because you have the money to do so. What was it you just passed? A what, $290 million bond, something like that? Look at that. And Miss Brandy Gardner, I think all y'all will back me up, that spent at least $1 million on, what was it, 8th floor in there? Why are you spending all that money if you intend to tear it down? Could that money have been spent to look at folks in other areas of concern? I say to you that this man that's in the legislature, y'all get ready now because we're going to have fun. I say that this man in the Oklahoma legislature, talking about let's not put a, jail in, was it 2,000 feet of a school? Now, come on, everybody knows that the wealth is going to be spot that the jail's in now. Let's just keep that real and twill and like in memories. That's right. Y'all heard me say it. I told you one of us, we're not going to placate and pretend with these people. We know that the wealthy people in government downtown getting ready to close out. We know that the wealthy folks downtown want that site that jail is on now. And if you're not ready for this, Miss Bloomer, In closing, black and brown folks are tired of being disrespected. We're tired of being the scapegoat for the powerful and wealthy around here. You just made an excellent move. Now, I'm going to send you a letter of congratulations, though normally you and I, we don't see that, but this one is an exception. You will be given a notification of your move that you made. Are you ready for this one? You just took the 2030 Cold Stream off the agenda in Target. Do the same thing for Dale City. Now, let's do that today, too, while we're at it. Let's not discriminate. I don't believe in discrimination. If you can do it today, but that you can do it. They say, hold up, y'all. I know this ain't on the agenda. I'm going to make a special session, though, and put it on today.
Okay.
Boom. Now then, thank y'all very much, Mr. Mon. I'll be back on Schwarzenegger said.
My name is Kay Cooper. I live in Forest Park. I grew up in Spencer, and my children were reared and went to high school in Dell City. I relocated as an adult to Austin, Texas. So I'm here to speak out of experience. And I'm here to speak not to the voice of reason, because you all seem reasonably intelligent, but to the voice and the subconscious of greed. Austin, Texas went through this very same scenario back in the early 2000s. My neighborhood, which was a nice neighborhood, was on the list. And then a lesser neighborhood was on the list. But what we did in our township meetings was to decide that money and power does not fear the ordinary situation. But the only thing that draws the attention of money and power is unity and strength in numbers. So I'm here to beg you, look at what happened in Austin. They wanted to put it all over the city, same scenario. As it turned out, with all neighborhoods saying, we don't want it in our neighborhood, we don't want it in theirs either. Keep the jail where it is, build around it, and Austin, Texas is booming. They worked with their people. The people that voted the commissioners in re-voted them in because they listened. One time, they got the attention of the greedy. There are far more people that live and care about Oklahoma City than a few greedy developers wanting to come here and change things. So not only consider removing the neighborhoods with schools and churches and families thriving, somehow put on an agenda, somebody's agenda, that the citizens of Oklahoma City are not budging. Nobody's going to take it. And when we all stand together from northwest to northeast, southwest, southeast, we're not budging. We'll not accept a jail. You got to stay where you are because you don't have enough money to move all of us. Thank you.
I love the power and the voice in this room, and I appreciate you all very much.
Can you identify yourself?
I'm Catherine Kirk. Good morning, commissioners. My name is Catherine Kirk. I'm the principal of Epperly Heights in Dell City, Oklahoma. I've been employed by Mid-Dell for 36 years, and I've called Epperly my home for the last 14. That's every school day, 180 of them each year, for 14 years for a total of 2,520 days. All of those days I've traveled the 5 miles from my house to Epperly Heights. So it's my spot, and these are my people. My number one job each day is keeping us safe. All 650 kids and 55 adults, and I'm here today speaking on their behalf. My number two job is propelling Epperly Heights forward. Forward. If you build the jail at 19th and Grand, 300 yards from Epperly Heights, for us, that is not forward progress. Recess will never be the same. Evening events will never be the same. Our daily fight to pour in positivity and create a vision, a path for a brighter future that Mr. Williams was talking about for our students, it will become more difficult. And it's already difficult. We face so many challenges in education today, and one of them is attracting teachers to the profession. No surprise there. It's a teacher's world right now, lots of open positions and only a limited number of applicants. The county jail in our backyard would definitely not classify as an incentive to accept a job at Epperly Heights. Another challenge is closing the achievement gap. I'd say it's the heaviest of our burdens at this time, but we fight every day to give these kids hope, a future, a chance to be better and do better. Contrary to what you all may believe, a new jail in our community would absolutely not enhance a community that is in the fight for its life. In a recent response that my boss, Dr. Cobb, referred to, Representative Lowe regarding the jail location, Commissioner Davidson said, let's work collaboratively to find a solution. Well, that's what we're trying to do here, and we keep getting shut down, and I find it very suspicious. No side deal is worth the pall, the heaviness that county jail in our backyard will add to our vulnerable community. Keep the jail where it is.
Good morning, Commissioner. Steve Gilliland, head principal of Del City High School. I would much rather be with my kids and my staff, but today is not a day to be silent. I think we have our priorities mixed up as we have met several times to discuss where to place a 30-year-old jail, but yet we send our kids to buildings every day that are older than that. We don't have a problem doing that. Education is part of the solution. It's not part of the problem. You've recently heard the concerns from students, teachers, residents, community leaders, first responders, school officials, school district officials, city leaders, not just from Del City, but our neighboring friends and communities. Thank you for that support. As we express our concerns about the jail site at 1901 East Grand, we've seen today that you do have the ability to make a decision on site. And I ask you to do that again today. It's what's right. I ask once and for all that this site from 1901 East Grand Boulevard be removed from consideration for the new jail, for the sake of our students and the future of Del City.
Gina Standridge.
Morning. I'm back again. Can Middale get a break? My gosh, we're surrounded. But the one that I feel is in the most danger is Grand. I'm asking you two today, Carrie and Brian, take us off the list. Stop the madness of the backroom doors deals to get extra land, to promise other school districts things that you never can accomplish, I believe. I'm asking you two to take us off the list. Not only do we have the same things that has been said about Forest Park and Spencer, we have close to 2,000 homes in that area that you're going to impact. While they may not be $500,000 homes, they are somebody's mansion. Take us off the list. Grand is probably the most impactful to its detrimental to the community around it as any site that has been put on. I spoke to you, Commissioner Davidson, this morning. You told me that Grand was the one that was at the top for the criteria. I see the criteria here, and I could argue every one of those that we are not the top criteria. And I understand that also we're at risk of losing 60 million. And Grand has been on the list the longest. We have fought the longest. I don't care if you lose that money. You could have built that mental health facility somewhere else and saved that money. You could have built it anywhere. You could have been looking for a viable site in the time that we're making all these other deals to spend more money that you don't have to appease a location. Who makes the decision to help one district and crush two or three others?
Councilman.
Thank you, Ms. Munn. So what are we talking about? We're talking about not in my backyard. It's not in my backyard here, and I would go and say, Mr. Miles, that everybody up in your district, from Deer Creek to Edmond, it should be in their backyard as well. Or it could be. It should not be. And the reason why you could do that is we could split this jail up into two parts. Have the long-term residents on up there where you don't have to transport them, and so everybody's affected. But I'm with everybody in the county, as we keep telling you, put it where it's at. The reason why you say that you can't put it where it's at is because the foundation costs so much money. Let's just say, is that the main thing? Main problem is that the foundation trying to build where it's at, it's going to cost a lot more money. And so how much more money? Let's just give it $100 million. That sounds like a lot of money. That should be reasonable on top of what you already got budgeted in for your foundation. It's $100 million. Guess what? We have 1 million people in this county. So guess what that means? $100, we can put the money up and have them shut up and put the thing where it's supposed to be. But that's not how this works. We're going to get a bond, and it's going to be probably for 10 years. And so for 10 years, it's $10. And guess how much parking is today? $10. So I'm going to put my $10 up here, and you can keep this, put this towards your new foundation at Shark.
Is Vice Mayor Darlene Davis still here? Vice Mayor Darlene Davis. Okay. JD Baker.
Thank you, Commissioner Mon. JD Baker. I'm here representing a lot of organizations, but today I'm a community historian. I have one request. Do right by us. Seriously, that's really what it is. Every community, Dale City, Spencer, Northeast Oklahoma City, do right by us. To bring some history into context, look about where we stand today. When Oklahoma City first settled here, you look right across the street. If this was, tear down this wall, there was a church right here called 2nd Street Baptist Church. Started by groups of families, of black families that moved from Gallatin, Tennessee to Oklahoma City. That was my family. Then they later, where the old Bank of America was, they built the church there. But then they moved up 2nd Street to Walnut, to where Calvary Baptist Church, that's the history of Calvary Baptist Church, by the way. That's their history. But if you look about where we are, black people lived here. People lived here. There was a cemetery. I think Fairlawn started down here, and then they moved the bodies up north. What I'm saying is constantly throughout history and through time, we see it, where people have been pushed. And a lot of the pushing that has been done has been eastward. Eastward, whether it's down south, down north, eastward, it's always been to the east. And so for a lot of folks that live in the eastern part of the county, eastern part of the city, they're tired of being pushed out. When the highways were built, they pushed us out. The home my father lived in as a kid is no longer there. It's 235. So I'm saying whatever you do right by us. And I believe the right thing is to keep it downtown where it is. Find a solution. Find a solution. I know the urgency of time is of the essence. I understand that. And I'm not someone who supported the jail at all because I don't believe in the competency of this county. I'm sorry, I don't. I like you all as individuals, but the way this organization runs, it's not quite dysfunctional. Sue Ann Arnault, who's dedicated her several years and millions of dollars to fix these issues, resigned because we can't put $1 million into the current facility, but we can put $17 million in the sheriff's office. These are difficult decisions. I've worked for elected officials. I understand that. But at the end of the day, these are the people in this room that you're impacting with all the decisions. Think about our kids that are coming. I don't have any kids yet, but I want to have kids. Carrie, I think you want to have some kids too. We're young. We got some time. And so I say this to say, think about the future and the present, and think about the past, because we've seen this time and time again. Do right by us. We're tired of being done wrong. Thank you.
Carmen McBride here. Pastor Middendorf. Okay. Michael Parks. Alan Bay. Deshaun Walton. Vice Mayor Pam Finch.
Good morning, commissioners. So I'm going to try and do this without crying. I've listened to all these people talk today, and some of them brought tears to my eyes. It's very, very emotional. I don't live in a $300,000 home. I don't live in a $500,000 home. I live in a home in Del City, America. I live in the ward that will back up to the jail. My concerns are for my residents. I took this position for the city of Del City to protect my people and protect my ward. I feel like I've made headway for my ward. I've got parks. I've cleaned parks. Our children are now, they go out and play. Our senior citizens, they feel protected. They feel safe in my ward. I know that if you put this jail here, we will lose that. Our sense of home, our sense of peace. I know we get a lot of bad talk through the media and from just talking to the community, but we are a good community. We have people that care. I listened to Mr. Bono talk. He gave us goals. He did not give us guarantees. If he could put things in writing, that would be different. But we know in politics, just the short time I have been in politics, I've seen people promise things and it never happened. We want some type of guarantees. We would prefer that the jail stay downtown. Downtown, you have your division hub, you have team, you have your jail, you have your courthouse, you have Jesus House. It's all downtown. That's where your infrastructure lays. Please keep it there. Thank you.
Mayor Floyd Eason.
Hello, commissioners. Kind of makes a new meaning for hot potato, doesn't it? I don't envy what you guys are going through, but all these meetings that I've come to, the message has been the same. Everybody has said the same thing. Keep the jail downtown. Is it money that makes you want to move it? What's the big deal? You're going to spend money on a transportation system? You're promising some kind of transportation system to bus people away from the jail? What's that going to cost? I don't believe it. I think it's a false hope. Commissioner Mon, you've been a great leader through this. I got to hand it to you. I don't think I could sit in that chair with the heat that you get from all this. I believe that you sincerely want the best for the citizens of Oklahoma County, and I think you're working toward that, and I appreciate that. Commissioner Bloomer, you have steadfastly stood against the grand location, and we appreciate that, and I applaud you for doing that, and hope that you will continue to vote against that location. It seems like Commissioner Davidson is the one that is pushing and promoting the Grand Boulevard site. Now, Miles, there's a rumor going around, I don't know if it's true or not. The people that are selling the property to the county on Grand Boulevard, are they a major contributor to your campaign fund? Is that true? Is it true? Because you're the one that keeps bringing it up. Vote. Take a minute. Take a vote. Get Grand Boulevard off the agenda. Let's get it out of there so all of us can go home.
Thanks, Marilyn. We have Marilyn coming up next, sir.
I've been sitting so long, I couldn't hardly get up. My name is Marilyn Looper Hildred. On August 18th, 1958, I stood on the streets of Oklahoma City fighting against injustice, fighting for the right to sit down and eat a hamburger or drink a Coke. And through the years, we've continued to fight we've fought against prejudice, injustice, and we only thing that we ask that we be treated fairly. And I'm here today to tell you that I live in Northeast Oklahoma City and I'm not going to move. My kids in the Middale school system and I'm not going to change. But what I don't understand is when I go to bed and wake up, everything on that list seems like it affects poor people. Poor people, black people, minority people. And we're tired. We are tired of being tired. We're tired of having to get up in the morning and watch our friends and neighbors walk miles to protest injustice. Oklahoma City is a good city because of the citizens in this community. But I'll be darned if we're going to sit back and take the jails been put back on our backs. We have everything over there. Everything you all didn't want, we have on the east side. We're not going to take it. We are not going to take you putting it in Dale City, Northeast Oklahoma City. No, our time is gone. Put it on somebody else's side of town. We might not have a lot, and I swear I don't. We don't have any money. We don't have any oil wells. But what we do have is courage, and we have pride. And if there's anything to be said about us, I want to tell you, and I stand here having gone to jail myself in the civil rights movement. My mother went to jail 26 times, fighting for justice for all of us, not for you or you, but for Oklahoma City, to make Oklahoma City a better place for democracy. And if democracy is to become a reality, then all of us have to be taken in. Leave the jail and build a jail where it is. Nobody don't want no jail in their backyard. How would you like to wake up and see a jail every day? And you know what? Come to think about it, I was in New York City not too long ago, and the hotel that we stayed in, they had a prison right next to it. And I couldn't figure out why in the world I kept hearing these sirens all through the night. I didn't know people put prisons in downtown areas. I'm saying that to say don't put it in our area. Don't take away what we have. You know, you took away, and I say you, I'm talking about the system. We had a thing known as urban renewal, which was black removal. Our homes were paid for. We wanted some generational wealth. But they came through and said, you have to move. So our parents and our grandparents who had worked to pay for their homes had to move and buy some houses that they had to take mortgages on. We are tired. We can't take it anymore. And we're not going to take it. And if we have to walk these streets, if we have to stand in front of the cars and the construction of this being put on our community, we would do what we would have to do. Because if not, I want you to know the war is on. We're not going to take it.
Jim Hightower. Jim Hightower. No, it's fine.
I'm a Dale City resident. I'm a Crooked Oak alumni. This is my 7th meeting here, and I've heard over, I don't know, 100, maybe 150 testimonies. None of them are for the jail in their area. I've not heard one person say that they want the jail. If the jail was something that was good, you would have Nichols Hills and Edmond and all these people lined up trying to get the jail. We're a small community. We are a very small community. And if you look at us, you go a mile out, there's over 2,000 homes. There's 9 schools, daycares, facility for the mentally and physically disabled. You come in a half mile, there's still 1,000 homes. There's still daycares. There's still all these facilities there. 700 feet, you've got a daycare. You've got a facility for the physically and mentally disabled, Reliant, I think it's called. 500 feet, you've got a child care center from the edge of this property from 1901. Crooked Oak District is also in that. And I understand that Mr. Davidson has been there at Crooked Oak making deals with the superintendent to swap land, all under the table. In your district, I have seen nothing from you saying this is wrong. I don't know if it is or not, but I wouldn't want somebody in my district making deals under the table. I'm a laid back person, usually. You can tell by my shirt. I'm laid back. I'd rather be someplace else. But the gloves are off now. The gloves are off. My hackles are up. I'm tired of this. I can't sleep at night because of this. I'm not crazy. Grand doesn't have any resources. The prisoners, when they get out, they're going to be looking for resources. When they can't find resources, they become desperate. When they become desperate, they become dangerous if they can't find these resources. It's a bad thing. 1901 is not a good place for things. We want the same consideration that you've given to these other properties to take us off the list forever. That's all we're asking. Commissioner Davidson, you are the reason that 1901 East Grand keeps showing up on the list. And it stays. Garrett and Land, they made a donation to you. And it's like, I'll scratch your back if you'll scratch mine. That's the way it seems. You continue to carry that flag and beat that drum for 1901 East Grand, and that's wrong. I'm still going to pick on Commissioner Davidson. You should recuse yourself from this process. And when you go through the vote, you should abstain. Mr. Davidson accepted a large donation from his campaign from the owner. Mr. Davidson's oath of office prohibits this. I will not knowingly receive directly or indirectly any money or any other valuable thing for the performance or non-performance of any act of duty pertaining to my office other than the compensation allowed by law. Elected officials should never have the appearance of impropriety. Mr. Davidson should absolutely recuse himself from further votes and discussion on 1901 East Grand. In the public's eye, this explains how Mr. Davidson voted against placing the jail at 1901 and only then to add it to the list 2 days later. That's why he has to stop voting in favor for the property while actively campaigning against all other properties that his donors do not own. In the public opinion, it's as ugly as it gets. Ugly as it gets. Everyone remembers the Oklahoma County Commissioner scandals of the 1980s. We hope the Oklahoma County Jail project does not become the commissioner scandal for the Oklahoma County for 2024. Leave the jail where it is.
Walter Jacks.
Hey, good morning, Commissioners. Walter Jacks, Del City resident. Just like so many other people have said, I'm for leaving the jail downtown. I really was heartened by the proposal about the transportation plan. I think it was bullet number 17. But like Ms. Gallagher said, I don't know the constitutionality of forcing somebody to get on a bus once they've been released from incarceration. I don't know if you can do that. So I'm not very confident about that. The municipalities that have been represented today, Forest Park, Spencer, Dell City, I can't stress enough, and I don't think there's been a whole lot of importance put on it, the economic impact to these smaller municipalities that placement of a jail in their backyard would cause, not to mention the danger to the children and the people who live there and are vulnerable. So I'm so strongly opposed to the placement in Dell City for that reason. But also, with all my folks, my friends here, I've got numerous friends in the room from near Northeast Oklahoma City. I've done a lot of work in the JFK neighborhood. And I can tell you from experience, they have too many challenges in that part of town. Helping to paint a woman's house on Northeast 7th Street one time, a woman probably 70 years old was painting the front porch with me, and she said, it is so hard to get a job when your felony conviction is less than 2 years old. We see stats all the time that I don't think hit home until you're right there working with these people. I looked around, and 20% of the people helping that woman paint her house that day had been in and out of the incarceration system in Oklahoma City. When we talk about incarcerating women and African Americans far more than anybody else, pretty much in the universe that I know of, it is true. You go in there, J.B. Williams talked earlier about that community being unseen, unheard, and underserved. I can tell you for a fact that's right. Go take a drive down Northeast 1st Street if you don't believe me. That neighborhood has so many challenges, and they're struggling. They're doing a good job to unite and come out of the oppression they've experienced for decades upon decades. They don't need another challenge. Thank you for consideration, and also not putting the jail in Northeast Oklahoma City. Thank you.
Pastor Vera Radley.
I'm Vera Radley, and I've stood before you guys and prayed for you. And I'm continually praying for you every time we have a church service. We pray for our elected officials. And I just want to say to you today that you've been prayed for, that God would give you wisdom and that you'd take it. Okay, that's different. But we've heard about these $1 million homes and all this. I'm like Pam, I don't live in $1 million home. I have a congregation that lives all over where you want to put that jail. I have boys and girls, and I want you not to think, oh, just there's a daycare. I want you to put your son's face in there. I want to put the people that your boys and girls. That's who we're talking about. They're not just a figure. If you want to say over 1,000 people or boys and girls within so many miles are going to school, going back and forth, all that. That's who will get the brunt of it. I come from Colorado, and I lived in a community that had many, many jails. And I'll tell you, it wasn't good and it wasn't fun. Even the mental attitude that changed those areas was bad. But I want you to you might have grandparents still alive. I have elderly people that live all around that can't afford to move. They have put all their life savings in their property. That's where they want to retire and they want to have comfort. Some of them wouldn't even be able to afford to go to the nursing home. We have boys and girls that go to every school around there. That's who we're talking about. If we just saw in Texas that one child was found 6 days later dead, what would you think if that was your son? What would you think if that was your daughter? That's who we're talking about. If you're going to move it over where people are, where schools are, it's not just a blank. Oh, there's daycare. Oh, there's schools. These are individuals. These are boys and girls that come running up to you and want a hug. That's what we're talking about. We're talking about grandparents that cry because they don't know where their next meal is going to come from. Thank goodness for the senior nutrition program of Oklahoma City that we help. distributed. It's your grandparents. It's your parents. It's your kids. These are people we're talking about. Down here, leave it there. I mean, I love my people. I haven't been able to be here before, but it wasn't because I didn't want to be. I've been sick and all that. But let me plead to your conscience. Let go of everything else. It's not about you. It's not about me. It's about the individuals of these areas that need safety. And they need people to care for them. And they can't move. And one child gets hurt. You can't be there. You three can't be there with hold them by the hand, walking them home every night or to school every day. You can't do it. I can't do it. Let's save our children. Thank you.
One last thing, Carrie, please make a motion to take us off. Put this to bed and let us go home.
Is there anyone here who still wants to speak? I am planning to make 2 motions. We have some folks who still want to speak. So I hear you, Gina, and I am planning to make 2 motions on 2 different properties, but I want folks to have a time to speak if they would like.
Is Lee Cooper still here? Is Hugh Smith still here? Kay Cooper? You already spoke. Okay, I'm sorry. Kevin Maxwell? Yes, sir. Actually, do we need to take a restroom break? Is that what she's just went for? You want to make a motion that we recess for 5 minutes so that the commissioner can take a restroom break? Second. All in favor say aye. Aye. Okay, is there a motion to return to regular session?
So move. Push the button.
Second. All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Kevin Maxwell, I'm so sorry, sir. Thank you for being patient. Go ahead.
Thank you, commissioners. I appreciate the opportunity to speak in front of you today. Carrie, thank you for your support. Um, I was in here to really here to talk about Northeast Oklahoma City, and as I sat and I wondered about how it makes me feel about a jail being put in Northeast Oklahoma City, I'm just here to support Spencer and Dale City as well. It's I know majority of us are here to oppose something that's being built in our neighborhood, and it's it's a stressful time. It's a very stressful time to know that something's going to be put in your neighborhood that's going to be a detriment. And so, as I pondered there, and I sat and I saw a lot of people leave and whatnot, I'd be remiss if I didn't stand in solidarity with them as well. So, all of that to say that, again, I'm a third generation resident of Northeast Oklahoma City. I reside in Northeast Oklahoma City, been there all my life. I don't come to Northeast Oklahoma City just on the weekends to go to church. I'm there 24/7, 7 days a week, support my community. And again, I understand how Dale City and Spencer feel. And I'm just curious. It's just been burning in my heart. Are any of these location commissioners in your neighborhoods? That's interesting. And I don't think any of them ever have. And so I'm wondering that if you can avoid having them in your neighborhoods, why can't you avoid having them in ours? That's the question. That's the question that I have, is that you've been able to avoid having a jail, detention center, whatever you want to call it, put in your neighborhood, but you can't avoid having it in ours. That's interesting, it's appalling, and it's disgusting. You guys have managed to, and when I say you, I'm speaking collectively. I'm not targeting any particular person. I'm being respectful with my time and your time. But it's just interesting to me that none of the sites have ever been in your neighborhoods. And I'm wondering why. I know, Northwest Oklahoma City, Edmond, I guess they're considered the, premier neighborhoods or what have you. But they don't have to fight the battles that we have to fight. These things you've never seen anybody in here from Edmond and Oklahoma City saying, or Northwest Oklahoma City saying, we don't want this in our neighborhood. I've come to just about all of these meetings. I've never heard anyone from those areas, Deer Creek, whatever you want to call it, stand up and say, we don't want this. And that's very, very interesting. And again, I just challenge you guys to do the right thing. It's always right to do what's right. And I challenge you guys to do what's right. Take the stress off these neighborhoods, individuals that look like me, those that are less, I guess if you want to call it, desirable neighborhoods and what have you. But we don't want it in our neighborhood, period. We don't want to keep having to come here and fight for things we don't. We'd rather fight for things we need as opposed to come in and fight for things we don't need. Thank you for your time. I appreciate it.
He asked a question.
Can you tell us who you are?
Garland Pruitt.
Okay.
As to why it's not in your particular neighborhoods. This is a prime example of abuse, misuse of power, title, and position. Power, authority, and position. How often have we heard now how folks have got out of the jailhouse already? Even had a case where they raped somebody, was on camera, and they got out. The biggest excuse they're using now is, we don't have the manpower. Pay them folks. Today is one of those days where we shouldn't have to be here. But we're here because we're concerned about the community. When we say the community, these are lives that are going to be victimized, vilified, and taken advantage of. We as a so-called minority group or neighborhood are the same neighborhoods that you've taken diversity, equity, and inclusion out of. Abuse of power, title, and position. These are the same neighborhoods that you don't want to feed the kids during the summer and the money's there and available. Same neighborhoods. Abuse of title, position, and authority. How often are we going to have to continue to put up with and accept these old crazy decisions that you have a tendency to make? Right now, ain't been no time flat. We want the tallest building in the United States. On those silly, wild, crazy, and we in Tornado Alley. That's what you do with power and position and authority. Here we are, ain't been a month ago, cracking my ceilings, my roofs, my houses with the fracking and the horizontal drilling. Titles, position, and authority. Abuse. You're abusing it, and you continue to. We're here with a voice of saying, not no, but hell no. Some things you do because it's the right thing to do. You claim you want to be that beacon of light at the top of the hill where folks run to you. When you do away with the things that every major country has, every major city has, you're abusing your power. You want to ban books, don't want to talk about it. Our community is being victimized and vilified, and you continue to do it. Here we get a brand new holiday, Juneteenth, but now we don't want to talk about it. Title, position, and authority. Abusing it. There's nothing we can't achieve or accomplish when we come together and get on one accord and do and make the right decisions and do the right thing that we benefit from. We can do that. And one of the things for doing the right thing is don't bring it to our community. We don't want it. It ain't beneficial. The conversation was leave it where it's at. It was good for when it was put there to begin with. It's good for it to be there now. You've always had a tendency to abuse urban manure, eminent domain, so you can have eminent domain down there where it's at if you think you need more space. Don't bring it out there in our neighborhood. Thank you.
Good morning or afternoon. A group of us were actually downstairs earlier today for a young man who has been deprived of his constitutional rights for nearly 3 years now, trapped in that inhumane, unconstitutional county jail, awaiting a thing we call speedy trial. He's sitting there with $1 million bail over his head. We've applied for multiple bail reductions with no luck. This is a young man who, as a result of a mental health episode, ended up getting shot up by OCPD on multiple times. This was a suicide by cop incident. Griffin did a mental health evaluation, and they wanted to take him for 6 months. However, we couldn't get the judge to cooperate with that. Other mental health care facilities had wanted to provide him the care he desperately needs, but repeatedly rejected because there is a bias towards protecting the police versus the vulnerable human beings. This young man is a resident of the city of Midwest City, where my community, including communities like Spencer, Del City, and other parts of eastern Oklahoma County, are desperate for community-based, culturally sensitive, accessible, and adequate mental health care and substance abuse treatment services. And while we build everything centrally located in the backyard of OKC, the rest of us are dying for access to adequate care. On December 6th of 2021, I once again appeared before you as I had done before in opposition of the proposed new jail, reminding you that the public is looking for better and more transparent leadership. Then I told you, and I will repeat again, the hardworking people of this county deserve ethical, responsible, and financially sound leadership. And yet the people of this county are on the verge of getting defrauded again, as we were 30 years ago. This was clear to me 3 years ago because of the lack of planning and transparency that nothing was going to change. We're going to have the same results as we did with the current building.
For nearly a decade, the people of this county have been asking for proactive, preventative, and evidence-based, healthy approaches to public safety, crime, and violence reduction. And yet during and post the pandemic, we are about to be conned out of $40 million of ARPA money to fund profiteers of mass incarceration. In 2020, I told you that I, along with the People's Council for Justice Reform, were going to reach out to the Department of Justice's Civil Rights Division, as well as their Criminal Division, for intervention if the political corruption resulting in a pattern and practice of civil rights violations continued. Mr. Davidson, you and Mr. Warren saw me outside the post office mailing nearly 300 pages of evidence against this county, and you were laughing because you thought we were a joke. We did so. And now you are once again under investigation, which we demand from the federal government result in federal overtake of the Oklahoma County Jail. Throughout 2020 and 21, given the failed transition of power from the sheriff's office to the unqualified cronies packing the jail trust, which immediately resulted in a mass exodus of trained and certified detention center guards, alarming increase of mortality rates, numerous escapes and rapes, and a historic hostage crisis, we demanded a criminal investigation of the jail trust and the political corruption resulting in preventable deaths. In 2021, Oklahoma County, former County BA Prater, convened a county investigation, which later was handed to the state multi-county grand jury, which recommended the dissolution of the expensive and incompetent trust. To this day, the county officials have failed to act on those recommendations. Today, I am here to advise you that the People's Council for Justice Reform will be notifying the U.S. Treasury's office of the conspired plan to illegally use $40 million of the ARPA funds towards your new, larger jail. The ARPA funds were intended to assist struggling communities post the pandemic, and in the final rule strictly prohibits the use of those funds to build or expand jails and prisons, even if it's under the guise of mental health. We told you the establishment of the jail trust to serve the greater Oklahoma City Chamber of Commerce was not in the public interest. We told you that hiring FSB and HOK was not a good idea before prioritizing life, safety, and security and addressing the inhumane conditions while working to reduce the jail's population to 500 to 800. We told you that the jail bond was a scam, but it fell on deaf ears. However, justice will prevail. And in the long run, I would like to see officials criminally charged for those behind the biggest and deadliest corruption case in recent Oklahoma history. Finally, I encourage the City of Oklahoma City and Edmond officials to consider terminating their local contracts which fund the Criminal Justice Advisory Council, CJAC, the lobbying culprit behind the conspired chaotic crisis funded by our tax dollars. Thank you.
Hello. It's been quite a while since I've been up here. My name is Sharice Baker. I am I was a Dale City resident for quite a while. I'm a Dale City graduate as well, class of '01. For those that, may know. I love Dale City. I stand proud with Dale City. I will always support Dale City. Yet I'm here feeling like what I went through in 2020 with you guys is another personal attack. Because what we went through 4 years ago, we're going through again. And I normally would address you guys, and I used to come up here and be very just rah, 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 but I was passionate. Most people took that as aggressive because as a Black woman, we're labeled as aggressive anytime we show any passion. However, I stand with you today with a mix of emotions. I want to talk to the citizens directly. I feel disappointed, disgust, and a bit of resolute determination to fight, while having a resolute determination to fight for justice, equality, and a better future for our community. It saddens me that I am here once again. From the very inception of this misguided idea, the People's Council for Justice Reform has been steadfast in our opposition. We've tirelessly protested, spoke out, and educated our community about the grave implications of this endeavor. 3 years ago, as Sarah said, in 2021, we stood before you, the Jail Trust, and our fellow citizens by doing forums, podcasts, going door to door, urging them to see what was going on and be within reason. Our message was never wavered. Our message has never wavered. We cannot stand idly by as our brothers and sisters are disproportionately incarcerated victims of a system that fails to see their humanity. It is not a coincidence that in my community, we comprise less than 15% of the county's population and less than 8% of the state's population, but we fill nearly half of the beds in the Oklahoma County Jail and the state prisons. That's not by coincidence. I stood before you in 2021, Carrie, you in particular, because you and me had a meeting about adding a mental health facility to a jail, and I begged you then, please don't do that, because what you're doing is you're criminalizing mental health. You're criminalizing a medical condition. And this isn't a medical condition that is no longer brought on by genetics or being hereditary. It's through socioeconomic development and the lack of resources for our community that drives mental illness now. And because of that, you now are criminalizing people for responding to the way that you guys are allowing our socioeconomic structure to be built within our communities. That is disgusting. We advocated for a smaller jail in its current location, for bail reform such as ending cash bail. And I want to point out that there are members here that led this protest that actually voted against ending cash bail that worked in legislation. We asked for alternatives to incarceration for minor offenses, such as cite and release programs. We pleaded for the implementation of comprehensive mental health and substance abuse programs to address the root causes of crime and prevent recidivism. We demanded a separate mental health facility because we refuse to criminalize medical conditions just because we don't understand how the mind works. Yet time and time again, our pleas have fallen on deaf ears. Those in positions of power, those who claim to be our allies that sit here right now proclaiming to be appalled and angry, have failed us. They are the same ones who advocated for the Fix the Jail campaign. We were fighting so much against this, building a new, larger jail and asking you guys to build mental health facilities, homeless encampment neighborhoods, substance abuse programs, that you created a website and got these same advocates to go and campaign for a larger jail without fully proposing a blueprint of your business proposal. You did not know where the land was going to go. You did not know what it was going to cost. We gave you the cost. We did the research and came and told you how much it was costing around the nation to build a larger, bigger jail in this economy since COVID happened. You ignored us. You told us we were uneducated and ignorant to how this system works. You laughed at us. Y'all called us troublemakers. You called us protesters. You said we were ignorant. Excuse me. We were labeled as distractors. And we were told, now that you guys are here, these are the same points and concerns that we were addressing in 2021 as to why we did not want that jail bond to be passed. You guys did not have a blueprint. Instead, you pushed propaganda out to the community. Actually, the same propaganda that you pushed in the 90s for the jail that was built downtown. And we have people that are so caught up in survival mode in their life that they're not paying attention to the patterns and practices of our socioeconomic structure to understand how systemic racism plays a huge factor. That county jail was brought downtown because the east side at that time was majority filled with minorities. And while I do not want it on the east side, let's just be honest, you guys have started to gentrify the east side and it is no longer ours. What you have done is you have pushed us out into Midwest City, into Dale City, into Spencer, into these areas. And now you want to follow your jail with us because we're the bodies that feel it. But nobody listened to us when we proclaimed this. They told us we didn't know what we were talking about. Instead, these same people made decisions that were driven by ignorance, self-interest, leading us down a path of fraught with injustice and suffering. And now we sit here in front of you all's faces when you are unaware of the things that were happening behind closed doors when it came to politics and people making back deal doors with this new county jail. And now they want to sit here and correct what they came and excuse my language, fucked up in the beginning. Because they should have been educated enough, but not to make this is a loan and a business deal. We gave them $260 million of our hard-earned tax-paying dollars to go and squander it away to incarcerate people that look like you and me and that do not sit in the same seat in the same neighborhoods that they get to live in. I implore you guys, as our fellow citizens, to open your eyes, see through the propaganda, see through the lies that seek to divide us, and those that are speaking truth versus those that are following the next big thing so they can have their name out there and get some recognition. Please educate yourself. Do not be led blindly by somebody who is just telling you a narrative they want you to believe. I hope that you guys understand that those that voted ignorantly for this $1 billion jail, because that's what it is. When we named it the billion dollar jail, y'all laughed at us. Y'all told us that's not what it costs. You don't know nothing about infrastructure. You don't know nothing about construction. But now you come back and the numbers that you're giving us is close to $1 billion 3 years later or 2 years later. So I hope those that voted take the time to evaluate yourself. Know as a leader that the blood that has been spilled because of your decisions will one day you will have to pay for, whether it be in this lifetime or the next. And I advise you all to remove yourselves from your titles and your seats of leadership so that, and leave it to the ones who think of how their actions and choices affect those outside of themselves. We as a community must learn to tap into our spiritually divine intuition, our innate sense of right and wrong, to make informed choices for the betterment of our future and our community. The People's Council for Justice Reform will not back down. We've been here and we're going to stay here. And we don't care who tries to hijack or who tries to implement or who tries to say something now, because we know who's been advocating against this jail from the very beginning, because we knew we would be sitting here 2 to 3 years later advocating for you not to place it in our neighborhoods. We will continue to demand of our voices to end cash bail, to advocate for a smaller, more humane criminal justice system, and to fight for holistic restorative approaches to healing. We refuse to allow our jails to become modern day concentration camps, draining our resources and robbing us of our humanity. And I say that with the most confidence, to know that Oklahoma has a past of having a strong footprint in the eugenics program. If we are not careful, we will end up paying for our own destruction. It is time to reclaim our power, to assert our right to determine how our tax dollars are spent. The government was meant to serve us, not to oppress us. We must hold it accountable, demand transparency, and insist on policies that reflect our values and aspirations as a whole. Let us educate ourselves, let us stand together, and let us forge a path towards a brighter, more just future. The power to effect change lies within each and every one of us. Please stop squandering it away.
Mark Falk.
I'm going to start with this. Today I'm wearing Kathy Cummings. This Sunday, we will eulogize her at a memorial service. She ran against Miles Davidson. She was the only candidate who spoke out against a bigger jail. We will try to channel her sense of love and her sense of compassion. What Miles had to say about Kathy was that even though she's a very successful business owner, and even though she was an elected official, that he would let her cook dinner, but he wouldn't let her be a county commissioner. Commissioner Davidson, you came in here with the idea that you were going to bring positive change. It turns out you're just the same old, same old. We have been telling you, as my two very eloquent colleagues have said, we have been telling you for years that this is a bad idea. Not just to put it in marginalized neighborhoods, it's a bad idea to begin with. We begged you to spend money on mental health. We begged you to spend money first on drug and alcohol addiction. We begged you to do a revolving bail fund. We begged you to do housing for the homeless. And the reason we did that is because if you do that, you can cut the jail population in half and you don't need a bigger jail. We are telling you right now in that bond, which was so vague, which didn't list a price, which didn't list a location, it also didn't list that the money has to be spent on a jail. That money can be spent on mental health. That money can be spent to end homelessness in Oklahoma County. That money can be spent for drug and alcohol addiction. We know that 55% of the people in that jail have mental health or drug and alcohol addiction issues. We know that 55% of the people who are homeless have those same issues. We know for a fact that every time we say prioritize that first and then come back and talk to us about building a jail, you all just shook your heads no and you voted to build a bigger jail anyway. We told you that you couldn't build it for that amount of money. You said you didn't have the money for mental health, but you had the money to build a bigger jail. Well, it turns out you only had half the money. So you're pushing ahead with a project that you can't even fund. How irresponsible are you that you're even up here talking about locations when you're going to have to come back to us and traumatize these good people once again by telling them we need another $250 million or another $300 million or another $400 million. We begged you to spend ARPA funds on true mental health solutions, but no, you only took it because you needed to build your jail because you didn't write your own budget. You guys have done this wrong from the beginning. And we've now, in the city, passed a $900 million sales tax to fund an arena for Clay Bennett, who sits as the chair of CJAC, who is also the vice chair of the Chamber of Commerce, but we still don't have the money to help the people in need. So I'm going to just implore you today, in the name, in the memory of Kathy Cummings and all of the people who have fought for this, and all of my colleagues who have fought for this for years, and we are exhausted. I'm going to implore you today, back up a step. Quit harassing these people. You're creating more mental health issues every day by doing this. And back up and talk about reducing the jail population first. Do the things that will help the community before you continue to do the things that harm us. Thank you.
Senator Kay Floyd.
Good morning. My name is Kay Floyd. I'm a state senator here in Oklahoma for Senate District 46. You all are right on the cusp of my district. Some of you all are my constituent. So believe me when I tell you, I appreciate the difficulty in governing. Governing is hard. It really is. And my job today is to be here for my constituents who can't be here and to say what they wanted me to say. The vast majority of the constituents in my district tell me that they do not want the jail in or around Grand Boulevard, 901 East Grand. They just don't. They want it as close as possible, if not where the jail is, the current jail is, to close to where it is. They want it to stay downtown. They strongly object to the East Grand location, and the current law, the way I understand it, actually prohibits that location from being chosen. You cannot have a facility that needs to be built. We're looking at building a jail within 1,000 feet of a school. And Crooked Oak is within 1,000 feet. Now, you're going to either have to change the law, or we're going to have to change our policy, or we're going to have to change the location that you choose. Now, there's a discussion about a land swap. The land swap would make it possible for that, but that's not what the constituents in my district want. We've had projects, you all have had projects which you have taken off the list, which do not have nearly the impediments that 1901 East Grand has. I mean, there is a law in the books that says 1901 East Grand won't work. That's an impediment. And you've taken other projects off your list with far less to overcome than that 1,000-foot barrier. There are many projects that you all still have that you could look at where you could move. I know we're getting close on money, but to be candid, that's not our fault. There have been a lot of hurdles, and I get that. I was on the ARP committee up at the Capitol. I know what the constraints are. I know what the restrictions are, but you have to get it done. And we're pushing it to East Grand is not the solution. It's not fair to my constituents. It's not fair to the people, and it's not fair to governing. So I'd ask that you please, on behalf of my constituents, consider a different site location that doesn't have the impediments that this one has that you have to get over, and may not even be able to get over these impediments in time to get this site. So take it off. The solution is take it off once and for all.
Good morning, Commissioners. My name is Ron McCall. I'm a Del City resident. Thank you for allowing me to come. I do not envy your job. Like Mayor Floyd Houston said, I couldn't do it. You sit up here hour after hour, week after week, month after month. Listen to all of us, and we just hope and pray that you're listening. Now, I'm not an eloquent orator like many of my predecessors. I'm a simple person, but I know what's right and what's wrong. I'm not going to try to condemn you for what you say or what you do. It's up to you. We'll make our decision later. But for now, I do have a piece of advice. I brought with me some, you can call them paperweights, mementos, whatever. And they're valued at $6.99, so they're not going to surpass the $10 limit. Unfortunately, for me, what it says has already been said this morning. It's always the right time to do the right thing. Now you may ask yourself, what's right? And that's why I inscribed on the top of it 4 little letters. Some of you may be familiar with it because it was around a few years back on little wristbands and pennants and lapel pins. WWJD. So when you're looking for what's right, WWJD. Thank you for your time.
Larry Hopper.
Yeah, good job, Ron. Hey, I'll stay within the limits here. The jail needs to stay downtown, okay? And I don't just kind of come here saying keep it away from Grand Boulevard, and I am. Keep it away from all these other marginalized communities like Forest Park and Spencer and Smith Village, okay? I mean, it's kind of like Smith Village along Bryant Avenue, probably the worst stretch of road. And hopefully Commissioner Bloomer in her term will, working with Home State, will fix that. But you know, keep it downtown. And I'm here to make a suggestion. And somehow I made it to my councilman in Oklahoma City because I live about half a mile outside of Del City. And also to some staff person here. And sure enough, this location over by the farmer's market has came up. Gee, I wish you guys would look at that closely because that is downtown. The agenda shows it at 40 acres. I'm a good urban planner. I know there's 13 or 14 under one ownership, 3 or 4 more acres owned by ODOT right next door. And probably some people willing to sell because, well, they don't know if they really want to be next to the jail. But that's really a perfect location because you could have a 2-jail solution over at, Chartel where it is now. And then that facility is more like what Tulsa did over there at Exchange. Tulsa kind of squeezed theirs in by a noisy highway, and it works. And somebody said, well, hey, Larry, what about that Wheeler district over there? Aren't they going to like it? I said, well, the Wheeler district is separated by a river, a 10-lane highway, and a railroad track from that location on Exchange. Probably pretty pricey real estate. Might be $10 million. Who knows? But the cost is worth it because just as we kind of learned on the news recently, Sue Ann Arnold resigns from the jail trust or whatever over a comment that really can't find enough money to really operate the current jail properly. 1 or 2 story jail probably would be easier to operate, sure. But I don't think that was her point. Her point was that the budget has to change. It's going to cost so much to transport people to Grand Boulevard or these other locations and handle all that expense and have remote courtroom, whatever. You know, keep it downtown where it's easier and more easy to operate. You know, Oklahoma City really has a big stake in this too. I liked how the gentleman talked about the vote on the arena. Almost $1 billion to be spent, and actually, it's a blank check. You know, they've already said that if the cost goes over $950 million, Oklahoma City taxpayers will pay that difference. Well, Oklahoma City's also put a lot of money in the First American Museum. I really believe that they, and I definitely advocate this with my council person, they can help pay for that difference in cost, and they should. And they have the money to do it. And I'm willing to try to help do that. And I like the councilman's idea. Here's my $10. You know, I think we can all donate. But keep it downtown, not at Grand. And if you think about the pattern of things that have been placed along South Bryant Avenue over the last 60 years, starting with the crematorium dog pound, I grew up just barely inside Del City off of 21st Street in Bryant. You know, Hamilton Courts. There was a time when people thought that folks who had cerebral palsy were ugly, so we didn't want to see them. And so they put them over there at Bryant Avenue and 21st. And then, you know, somebody else comes along, they built the Hamilton Courts. Salvation Army knew it was a marginalized community, so they put the only kind of suburban Salvation Army facility right there at 44th and Bryant, because they recognized 20 or 30 years ago what a marginalized community and the way this was treated. So, long story short, I'll just kind of end it. Apparently, Tulsa did it downtown. Austin apparently did it downtown. Oklahoma City can do it downtown. Downtown, two campus solution. And what I didn't mention is look at the property records. Next to the county land where the jail is, there's another 3 or 4 acres of land owned by the city since they relocated their general services department. Another vacant lot. The police union owns land in there. All of these could be potentially used to make the downtown jail site bigger, but between that and exchange, keep it downtown. Thank you.
Cynthia Ciancarelli. I need to read this because I'm a little nervous. I don't have the $10 because I'm going to need that for parking today. So, good morning. It is still morning, commissioners. Years ago, a friend of mine was driving with the windows open, enjoying the fresh air, when a man reached into her car, opened the door, sat next to her, and said, "I just got out of jail. Take me home." So she did. She took him home. What else was she going to do? But now she no longer enjoys the freedom of her windows open. Imagine this happening to your mother, your grandmother, your wife. Now you might say, "Oh, that wouldn't happen because we keep our windows open. We have air conditioning." Well, in my area, we don't all afford the luxury of having air conditioning in our cars. So we may actually drive with our windows open with 110-degree heat. So just be aware of that. I'm off of Bryant. Has any investor, other than those who want the current land that the jail is on, refused to invest in one of the fastest growing economies in the United States because it has a jail in it? Looking at the boom in Oklahoma City, I'll say no. But if you put it at Grand Boulevard, what investor will want to toss a bunch of money into Del City just hundreds of feet away from a jail? The risk is far too great. The economic impact to Del City will be devastating. Look at the Plaza District or Bricktown. Investors did that. Del City has investors waiting to lift it up and let it shine. Oklahoma City will not be economically impacted if you keep it downtown. Even with the jail right there where it is, we have new stadiums being built, high rises coming in, investors investing. Personally, I am hoping that will entice the NHL to bring a hockey team here and call the Thunder Arena home. But that's me. We all want economic growth. You even campaigned on it. Doesn't Del City's economic growth and development count? We are not insignificant. We are a community. Truly, the only place that will not suffer economic growth is downtown, and you're all well aware of that. When you find yourself choosing money, deals, or power over your constituents, something is just not right. Since you have to ask us, the taxpayer, for more than twice the amount of money for whatever reason the calculations were off, and we know it's not all inflation, why not ask for enough so it can stay where it is, like we all thought it was going to be when we voted? Have you located land near the Grand Boulevard area to build a police station? Will these funds include enough to buy the land to build and maintain a police substation there? What about transportation for visitors and inmates? I mean, I know they were talking about, somebody brought up that, but there are also going to be visitors that are going to come. And they may or may not be, the best of the breed coming there. My understanding is that sometimes these people, they bring contraband into the current jail. So where are they going to go? They're going to come to Del City. They're going to go east because that's where the shops are. Let's see. Do you plan on being transparent with us, the taxpayers? I've spoken to a number of people who want to know in writing what the exact money will be used for, the additional money that you're going to need to ask for us. We are not happy with the current lack of transparency. Remember, the taxpayer comes first. The SHINE program is an alternative sentencing for low-level offenders, helping pick up trash on the sides of the road, cleaning up graffiti, a sort of serving the community. Unlike these offenders, we, the taxpayers, will have a ball and chain around our necks, paying for the infrastructure needed to support that location for whoever knows how long. The inmates will be out in their due time, but if you continue to consider a jail at East Grand Boulevard, our Del City community will be paralyzed with fear. And a majority of the juvies in detention center suffer from PTSD. And we all know that that's what fear creates. So you might be creating a population that will be welcome at that new jail site if that's where you choose it. And unlike the SHINE offenders, do you know what the sentence for Del City will be? The sentence of our neighborhoods? What the sentence of our children will be? Life. Life in prison without parole for generations, just for living in an area where you chose to put a jail. Crimes against our children are reprehensible. If you put that jail at the Grand, you are attacking our two most vulnerable populations, our children and our elderly. You have woken the mama bear in us all. We know if the jail is kept downtown, you'll have to take a stand against local overreach and the deep pockets. So may God bestow you the strength, courage, and wisdom to do what's right, not what's popular or what's going to give you points, but what's right. Have a blessed day.
Mr. King.
Thank you, thank you. Which commissioner do I come up to get my voucher for the parking? Is it? No. I can't believe what I saw today. For a while, I thought, is this really happening? Earlier, the concerns on Coltrane, that the location that was proposed, that was put on there, what, a week ago or so? Here are the people from Dale City, Midwest City, concerning the location on East Grand. We've been up here for a month and a half, 2 months, saying the same thing that the people that represent Northeast Side, the same, I'm not going to say an argument because to me it's not an argument. It's an issue and it's a current concern to us. How can that happen? So later on, and Ms. Bloomberg, I heard what you say later on. I hope that includes, let's put an end to this. Let's vote on it and put an end to this today. Several things have come up since 2 weeks ago, our last meeting. I always like kind of keep tabs of what's happening. One, there was a article in the paper that talked about the length and weight of mental people in the jail and getting their review, getting their process looked at. is getting longer and it's costing the taxpayer money. I don't know where that begins. I don't know who can change that, but that is another major issue. Another problem that has come up, as you know, and you've already addressed, one of the jail trust members has stepped down. That's not a good sign for the county jail. We all know that the county jail was built poorly, managed poorly, maintained poorly, and funded poorly. Who in their right minds will want the county jail next to them? I know I don't, and I know my neighbors don't. So I played with you to just eliminate that problem by voting to take the East Grand location off the agenda. And I hope that you do that. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Marilee Perriam, and I live in Midtown, OKC, and I attend First Unitarian Church on 13th and Dewey. Thank you for taking Coltrane off the agenda. The jail should absolutely not be put on the east side. If y'all keep trying to do that, we will keep fighting you. When my neighbors and I bought our houses near downtown, we knew the jail was there. And I don't see a lot of people from Mesta Park or Heritage Hills here, so I guess I get to be the representative to say, please keep the jail in our backyard. The jail needs to be downtown, downtown where the court is. Our jail has enough trouble getting detainees to court as it is. It's crazy to think of moving it further away. All the resources that people need in coming out of jail are all the resources people need are downtown, and that's where the jail has to be. And if the space is too small for what you want, please, please make the jail smaller. We need to focus on getting our citizens the resources they need, not putting them in cages. We already lock up way too many people. Small jail downtown. I have 3 kids. Their favorite babysitter, 20 years old, spent time in the jail. She got into a car wreck, recovered from her injuries, and 9 months later was pulled over for a headlight being out. Turned out she had a warrant out for her arrest because of the car accident that she had never been informed of. This dear girl, who I entrust with my kids, didn't need to spend a week in a cage. That doesn't make anybody safer. And so many others don't need to be in jail either. But we keep focusing on making things bigger instead of fixing the system that locks people up and traumatizes them. We need a small jail downtown with more resources.
Joshua Schultz. Commissioner Mon, Commissioner Davidson, Commissioner Bloomer, thank you again for taking the time. I know this is strenuous and we've been here for a few hours. To a response, I am not doing well. I'm going to read something to you. President Kennedy, when he was becoming president of the United States about 14 days before, on January 9th, 1961, gave a speech to the Massachusetts legislature as he was getting ready to be sworn in as the 35th president of the United States. And I'll just read you 2 parts very quickly. He said, "First, were we truly men of courage, with the courage to stand up to one's enemies and the courage to stand up, when necessary, to one's associates, the courage to resist public pressure as well as private greed." And I'll skip down, and he said, "Third, were we truly men of integrity, men who never ran out on either the principles in which they believed or the people who believed in them, men who believed in us, men whom neither financial gain nor political ambition could ever divert from the fulfillment of our sacred trusts." He was asking those questions as someone who was about to take the highest office in the land in which we all live in. And as people have told me to be careful, because if you make the wrong people mad, You got to consider your future and whatever political ambitions you may or may not have or they have for you. This is my community and I really don't care. Um, because this is my home, this is where I live, and I understand each one of your jobs, and I understand why sometimes that this comes back up. I understand why the other locations are on there. I truly do. I do not envy your um, position right now at all, whether that is to take the vote or to have to endure every single one of these meetings and week. I will say I do commend you for putting up with it. It is not an easy job. But what I will say is I'm thankful that I don't have to go home. As I got up yesterday and read that these new locations were on the agenda, and 23rd and Coltrane was there, which is right down the street where my girlfriend teaches fifth grade elementary school kids. About when she goes to work, that there's going to be a jail right down the street from where those children are, where she works. But now I hope that we do the exact same thing and ease all of my concerns and remove the jail location at 1901 East Grand Boulevard, which is right down the street from where I live, where she lives, where her brother goes to school, where she originally taught at Epperly Heights. I will say one of the greatest things that this has done, and I will be the first to admit as a Del City Eagle, I don't have a lot of nice things to sometimes say about my Midwest City Bombers or my Carl Albert Titans. But we are definitely united against this because this is our school district, this is our community. You don't get us complimenting Midwest City very much, but they're on our side, and we are united against this because this concerns each and every one of us. This is our community. I understand that we have to go through the process, and I understand it ain't over until it's over. But if you are willing to do that for 23rd and Coltrane and protect Forest Park and their economic development, do it for Del City. Look, someone mentioned, why don't we put it in Nichols Hills? Now, first of all, if you own that amount of land in Nichols Hills, I want to be your friend because you got some money. But I understand. You wouldn't put it in Nichols Hills because why? It would lower the property value. Am I wrong? Why wouldn't you put it in the Village? Because it would lower the property value. You wouldn't put it in Edmond for that exact same reason. But that's the exact same concerns that we have and Del City has brought to many different organizations. And we're being told, well, actually, it will help Del City. Well, if it wouldn't help the Village, if it wouldn't help Nichols Hills, if it wouldn't help Edmond, if it wouldn't help Deer Creek, if it wouldn't help Yukon, if it wouldn't help Moore, why is it going to help Del City? What makes us different? It doesn't make sense. I understand why we don't put it in the stockyards. It's going to hurt economic development in the stockyards. We need the stockyards. It's $1 billion industry. It brings so much money to the state of Oklahoma and to Oklahoma County and to Oklahoma City and the surrounding areas when people come in and do the auctions. 100% agree. But that's our concern because it's going to hurt our economic development in our town. And that's the same thing that Forest Park had to come and say. It's going to hurt our economic development. And we took it off in, oh my goodness, like half an hour. So if we can take it off for that reason for Forest Park, and we can take it off for the stockyards and some of the other locations, we can do it for Del City. And we can do it for that east side of Oklahoma City. And lastly, I will just say, and like I said, I understand that your job is hard, and I understand that this is a difficult decision, and I don't think any single one of you are trying to hurt anybody. But what I will say is, it is a concern that we have been back here a time and time again for this same location, while we watch locations come and go and never be brought back up, and it does feel sometimes like it is a slight towards Del City. It feels like this is going to that location because who cares? And that's offensive. And that's a concern. And every single one of these new locations, I understand that people are presenting their property to you and you have to listen to it. But you can get rid of this one just like you got rid of Coltrane. And that's just my opinion. Thank you.
Councilwoman Brown.
Thank you so much for your time. I want to just highlight what I heard earlier this morning. And really, my main thing today is to get 1901 East Grand taken off. I have got and continue to receive petitions that are being signed. This is about 30 pages of keep it out of 1901 East Grand. And we also continue to get signatures to keep it downtown. I'm here to ask that you guys completely take it off. And also to remind you that this is going to be very costly if you do keep it here. I have been keeping up with the news. There are ideas that there will be extra transportation and possibly even a stay over. I don't think that you guys have even got that budget for that right now. If I believe that if we do keep it at 1901 East Grand, you will run out of money and you'll end up just making it full of just cinder blocks and barbed wire. You will no longer have the beautiful vision that you guys originally had for the open spaces and the welcoming atmosphere. I believe if you do keep it downtown, your neighbors will force you to stay along with that aesthetic. I'm afraid if you guys do keep it over here in this corner, there will no longer be an aesthetic because you will run out of money and it will just be cinder blocks and wires. Just the way that you have, in history has shown that 1901 always gets displaced. No one cares about that area. I'm here to remind you to please, and to also beg you to please take this off of the list today and to keep it permanently off. How can we keep it permanently off? Of course, it's already been brought up that you do have somebody that has donated to your campaign, and that is a person that owns that property. And you have stated in the past that it has always come back because they reduced the price by maybe 5%. I do want to also highlight that that price is already inflated. The county assessor has it about 1 million, and we're apparently you guys are going to be paying about 5 million for that. So already it is inflated. So I just want to guarantee that when we are able to take this off, that you keep it off. And I would also like to piggyback with Mr. Scobie, because we do have ideas and plans in place. If it does get put there, and that is going to lengthen the time. And I would be the first one to stand right there in front of any bulldozer to completely stop that from happening. That will happen. I am not afraid to do that. I will do that for my community. I will continue to stop that. So I would definitely ask and request that you guys permanently, I don't know how you can make that happen, but permanently take it off, because I'm afraid now that you've taken Northeast Side off, ours look good. Now that you take ours off, the Northeast Side is going to look good again. It's not fair that you keep pinning us against each other. Those addresses need to be removed completely altogether. It's not fair that Northeast Side goes, now Southeast Side is there. It's not fair to anyone. We are seeing right through you. This is a complete tactic. So please, once and for all, keep it off and keep it downtown.
Senator Connie Johnson.
Thank you and good morning. I've got some notes here because I want to be brief. It's a pleasure to see all of you guys. I've never met you, Mr. Davidson. I'm retired state senator for District 48, one of the areas under consideration. I'm a person who has continued to serve the people, and I look forward to continued service in my district. I'm also speaking today as a member of the People's Council for Justice Reform. As Ms. Banna stated earlier, we were in court fighting for the humane rights of a young Black man who was seeking suicide by cops due to his mental health condition. The majority of the substantive and insightful information that you've heard here in the last few minutes is from this engaged, educated, and experienced group of advocates that I've had the pleasure to work with for the last 3 years. And we're not just armed with passion, we're armed with facts. Today, I'm particularly celebrating the unified citizen outcry about the injustice of this proposal, seeking to place it in underserved neighborhoods. I regret, however, the smokescreen of pitting communities against communities by arguing not in my backyard. The residents of the East Side community, including Forest Park, as the biggest dumping site in the state of Oklahoma, showed up recently at the Oklahoma City Council meeting They showed up today. I've never had to take that long to get in this courthouse. And they will show up in the future until we get respect and true environmental justice. So today, I joined with other speakers to focus on the emerging possibility of this proposal's illegality, the legal ramifications of this whole process. And I implore all these communities present to join together to fight this proposal. To that end, if the Board of County Commissioners' preference is not to follow the law, not to follow the rules that were issued governing the spending of ARPA and COVID funding, then the right of the people to pursue justice through the courts is the next step. Citizens of Forest Park and other organizations, I know the state president of the NAACP was here earlier but had to leave. Groups are beginning and preparing to hold the board accountable, number one. We want to give that opportunity, once you know the facts, to let you consider that and then change, hopefully. But then our plan is to achieve justice by any means necessary, including a lawsuit. And finally, I don't want to always talk about a problem without a solution. Our concerns are not just about the problem that we're coming here for today. It's about a solution that is consistent with the positive outcomes we have in mind in each of our communities, not the least of which is a comprehensive mental health care delivery system in our community, not a jail. Thank you so much for listening today.
Hello, my name is Marcy Turner, and I'm a resident of Forest Park. And I have been to town hall meetings, and I've sat through today and listened to everybody's concerns and requests. And just thank you for the opportunity to talk. But it just keeps coming up over and over and over again. I keep hearing the same thing over and over and over again, that residents don't want a county jail in their backyard or near their children or families or whatever. So I believe where there's a will, there's a way. And you have a lot of motivated Oklahomans in this room. The second floor was almost completely full this morning. And I just believe that between all of us and you and those people that represent us, we can figure out a way to make it work downtown. There's a way for it to work. I know we haven't figured it out yet. And I understand there are some challenges with your engineers and with your team that you have together, but we have a bunch of motivated citizens here today. I don't think that motivation is going to die anytime soon, but I would just encourage us to tap in to the citizens that have the most to lose by this jail not being in the proper place, and to just kind of give them the opportunity to share those ideas, those values. Not one person has all the answers. And so you have a community that is willing to band together, pull together, do whatever it takes to make sure that the jail stays downtown. So I just encourage us to pull together as a team, prove Oklahoma for what it is, a great city where everybody will get a win-win on this. I know some people probably think it's impossible, but you have a lot of motivated citizens, you have a lot of motivated political leaders, representatives, council, women, men. We're all motivated to put this in the right place. And so I believe that can be done. And I just truly believe that you would listen to the citizens and not damage their futures, not damage their children's futures, and not damage our homes. Thank you.
Good morning. My name is Reverend Christine Bird here in Oklahoma City. I want to offer a solution to the county commissioners. Madison Capital out of California is seeking the approval to build the largest structure, tallest structure in Oklahoma City downtown. I know I have heard the concerns about building the county jail back on the same site as the structure. Let me suggest to you all, maybe you all should have a meeting with Madison Capital and figure out how they can build the tallest building downtown, and we can't even build an 8-story building downtown. Just a little meeting. Madison Capital out of California. Ask them how they're going to do it, and it might help you do it.
Good morning. My name is Annetta Cooper, and I don't have a title or anything. I'm a retired state employee of 30 years. I live in Spencer, Oklahoma. I've lived there all my life. My dad moved to Spencer, Oklahoma from Mississippi back some years ago. Um, he bought a house in Spencer, Oklahoma in 1952. As I said, he came from Mississippi with a third grade education. He raised me and my two brothers in Spencer, Oklahoma. I went to Green Pastures Elementary School. I went to Rogers Middle School, graduated from Star Spencer High School. So basically, every time I tried to get away from Spencer, Oklahoma, the Lord sent me back to Spencer, Oklahoma. I couldn't get away. But I say all that to say that Spencer is a great place to live. Recently, my husband and I bought a house right on about, I'll say about a quarter of a block south of 63rd and Post Road. Um, it's a great area. There are great people out there. There are a lot of some older people, some elderly people, some retired people who desire to live in that area for the rest of their lives, to spend their retirement there building. It's a kind of a farming community. There are people with cows and goats and all this kind of stuff. I have deer in my backyard now. Never saw them before, you know. But at any rate, the thing of it is that Spencer is a great place to be. It's a great place to live. And people want to live there. They want to raise their children there, their grandchildren, you know, all of that. And so if you take and put that jail there, it would destroy some of the trust that we have for our community, because we can't trust one another, because we're all fighting against one another about what's going on at the jail. And so we need to be able to still have that same sense of community without that jail being there. The jail needs to stay downtown. There's no other place for it to be but downtown. It doesn't need to be in Dale City, certainly not Forest Park, and certainly not in Spencer, because Oklahoma City downtown is where it's been for forever, and that's just where it needs to be. As I said, I don't have, you know, anything special. I just want you to know that that's where it needs to be, is downtown Oklahoma City. And I pray. I'm a praying woman. And so I pray that the Lord will touch your heart. The Holy Spirit will touch your hearts and allow you to leave the jail downtown. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Commissioners. Denavetta Davis, representing the Northeast Oklahoma City Neighborhood Coalition. I've been here many times, even going back to the Oversight Committee meetings, opposing any location in Northeast Oklahoma City. And we've been able successfully to do that. And so you had two today. One has already been removed. You still have the one in Spencer. So asking that you remove that one, also Del City. But we have one other ask, that you stop accepting any more offers from property owners, so that we are not here every few weeks fighting for Northeast Oklahoma City, saying the same thing over and over again. So if you stop that today, not accepting any other offers, and just work with those properties that are remaining. Downtown is one of those. That will help us tremendously. So we're not having to come here week after week, pay for parking, stand in line, stand outside, or whatever the case may be. So that is another ask, that you remove those locations that affect neighborhoods and that you stop accepting any more offers. Thank you.
In my understanding, can we call for this motion and then if the vote, people can still talk? Is that right, Commissioner?
Is there anyone else that would like to speak to any site on the agenda? Okay, then I will, I appreciate everyone's comments. I'm glad we accepted them and waited. I am going to make a motion that we remove Northeast 63rd and Post Road from consideration.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye. And then I'm also going to make a motion that we remove 1901 East Grand from consideration.
Is there a second?
We didn't have a vote. No. It was 3-0.
Does the clerk have the?
Oh, I moved to, I made a motion to remove,
Northeast
63rd and Post, and it was seconded by Commissioner Davidson. And then it was a 3-0 vote. Okay. And then my next motion was to remove 1901 East Grand from consideration.
Is there a second? Hearing none, motion dies for lack of a second.
See you in court. Y'all starting to look really racist. Yeah. See you in court.
Which one is this one that's on here now?
There was no second, so we don't. Oh, that's. They were 1901 was listed on Miles's item. Hold on, how do I make this go away?
Well, there's 3 votes. And so the clerk's having an issue with the computer over here. So we're trying to make sure that 3 votes are done. Mhm. Oh, I asked for a second. Okay, does the clerk?
Yeah, she's okay.
Okay. Are there any other motions before we go into executive session? If not, is there a motion to recess into executive session?
I'll move we recess.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Hope you guys had a nice week in DC last week.
Okay, is there a motion to return to regular session?
I'll move we return.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Before we make a vote, it's been pointed out there's numerous citizens who had signed up but still have not spoken. Is there anyone who wishes to speak? If not, this will
It's just
close
report
citizen comment.
Right.
Okay.
You're on.
Of any of the items remaining from coming back from executive session, is there a motion on any of the items?
I'll make a motion that we, this is regarding item number 26, regarding Reno and Exchange. This is a site that I'm very interested in. It's very close to downtown. We have one landowner who is interested, but we need to have some conversations with the rest. I'm going to direct Stacy, our engineer, to bring back the contract for geotechnical services and for drilling, to allow us to drill at this site so we can get more information on it and see if it is a viable site. So that will be my motion on Reno and Exchange.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any other action on item 26?
Sorry, I should have included this in my other motion. I'll make another motion to also include I-240 and Sunny Lane. This is also in item 26, that we add I-240 and Sunny Lane to our engineers list to bring back the contract for drilling.
Second.
Okay, all in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Okay, does that conclude that item? On item 27.
Commissioner, on item 27, I'll make a motion that we select the 71 acres at 1901 East Grand as the potential new site for the downtown or the detention center.
And as a matter of explanation for my second, I think that there are a lot of challenges with this, and we may or may not see that this succeeds at City Hall. So I have supported that the alternatives have been explored as we're simultaneously going through this process, as we're lacking in time. We've gone through an exhaustive process. We've heard from lots of public from all over. Different sites have each produced a significant number of protests. We have had things disqualified because either the property owner wasn't willing to sell, because the engineering didn't look favorable, or there wasn't ultimately enough property owners willing to join in to do it. So given that this is among the last standing that scores the highest, I second that motion. Any other discussion? If not, is there all in favor, say aye. Aye. Any opposed?
No.
Any action on item 28?
Is this?
Are you wanting to do drilling?
Yes. In the same, to make sure that we're still going to have a spot, we need to be moving on multiple spots. And I'd like to make the same motion as Commissioner Bloomer for the Townley Trust land that's listed here on item 28, which would be to direct the county engineer to drill on that location. Hit the button.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any others? Okay. Is there a motion to adjourn?
I'll move we adjourn.
Second.
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Stand ready to do the public authority meeting.
Yep. We made the vote.
Is everybody in?
Almost. Yes.
Are you ready, Sharon? Trustees are present. The notice of the meeting was properly posted on February 20th. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of February 14th?
Second?
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Is there a motion to approve the claims?
Second?
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Is there a motion to receive the reported fees for January?
Second?
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.
Any citizens to speak before the PBA? Any board comments or new business? If not, is there a motion to adjourn?
Second?
All in favor, say aye.
Aye.